Okay, so for your information, we've started a YouTube stream. So when you start speaking, you're going to be live on YouTube. The climate crisis is oftentimes shrouded in complexity, but in reality, it is quite simple. We need to limit global warming. The environment, the economy, and politics are the three areas we believe are vital if we want to tackle today's challenges. We want to inform, envision, and react.
Welcome to the Oikos Conference 2021.
If we want to stand a chance for a global future, we must rethink the status quo and start to coordinate and communicate joint efforts now. Change is possible and feasible, so let us rethink to react. The choice is yours.
Join us to get involved and make a difference.
Good morning. Good morning and a warm welcome to the Oikos Conference 2021. I'm super excited to be here. I hope you are also. Rightfully so even. We have a spectacular speaker just right from the start, Dr. Maud Barlow. She's the National Chairperson of the Council of Canadians and chairs the board of the Washington-based Food and Water Watch. She's also the recipient of many awards, one of them being the 2005 Right Livelihood Award, also known as the Alternative Nobel. Please welcome with me, Dr. Maud Barlow.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. Good morning, and when I say good morning, I mean good morning. It's a little after 4 o'clock in the morning, my time. I live in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada, so it's still pitch black out there. But I'm delighted to be up and talking to you. And I just want to talk to you a little bit about the issue of water, the global water crisis. It's a fight I've been in for many, many years now. And I thought I could share this morning a little bit of my journey and what the struggle around the global fight for the right to water has been about. Just a little bit about me. I came out of the women's movement and the human rights movement, and recently kind of retired. Excuse me, 4 o'clock in the morning, my voice is a little like this. Come out of the human rights and women's movement. But I was very involved in the whole issue around economic globalization. You guys are, most of you, too young to have gone through the period during the 80s and 90s when everybody said globalization, economic globalization is wonderful and give all the decisions over to corporations and the private sector and they'll do the right thing. They brought in modern free trade agreements. And the first of these was back in the 1980s. Between Canada and the United States, when Ronald Reagan was the president of the United States. And a lot of us were really in Canada not wanting an agreement with Ronald Reagan's type of United States, right? We have better social programs, better environmental protections in Canada. And we were worried that our standards would be lowered. But it was when I was reading the Canada-US Free Trade Agreement, which was the predecessor to NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, which kind of became the template for all the modern trade agreements. I was reading the annex at the end, where it talked about what was going to be covered as a tradable good, which means that you can't break rules, that the governments can't interrupt the free trade of these goods, whether it's running shoes or cars or whatever. And there I saw water in all its forms, including ice and snow. And I thought, how could water be a tradable good? I don't understand. And I knew nothing about water. Like this was just, water was something that came out of your tap. I was worried about this from a human rights and an environmental perspective immediately, because we in Canada had been fighting plans to commercially ship large amounts of Canadian water down to California. We knew even then that California was in drought and trouble. And as you know, they're in a terrible crisis right now, but it's not that we weren't willing to talk about sharing, but we didn't want massive changes to how our environment works and our hydrologic cycle by sending commercial exports to the US. And when I read this in in the trade agreement, I thought, I know what they're doing. They're setting up a process whereby once the water gets turned on, we're not going to be able to turn the tap off. And that set me on a journey asking who owns water, who's making decisions around it. And I came up with some very distressing conclusions. It took me all over the world. I've been everywhere from the worst slums in the world to meetings and working in communities, indigenous communities as well around the world, to the United Nations. I was an advisor on water to the 63rd President of the United Nations General Assembly when we brought in a resolution to declare water water and sanitation basic human rights. So it's been a journey that's been a long one, and I've written many books and many reports and done a great deal of work on it. So that's just a little bit of background on who I am, but I came at it through a human rights lens. And I don't know if you know, but the Human Rights Council just last week adopted a resolution that many of us have been working on, that that they're supporting the notion that we have a human right to a healthy environment. Some countries have already adopted this or changed their constitution to recognize the right to a healthy environment. Many have not. And it was a big breakthrough for us at the UN last week to get this. So we are bit by bit beginning to really see the environment through a human rights lens. And it's very important, because if you bring in environmental legislation into your own national law, constitutional change of your constitution or a new law, if you have the human rights dimension, it's just going to have more impact. And this putting the notion of human rights and environmental protection together is growing, and you're going to see it, I think, discussed at COP26, which is coming up so soon. So the big story about water is that we are a planet running out, and we were all taught, and I think schools are still teaching, that that's impossible because there's a certain finite amount of water on the planet. It goes round and round and it can't go anywhere. But what our teachers didn't understand was that we can take that water and we can destroy it. We're polluting water. Excuse me. We're diverting water from where nature put it to where we might want it in big cities or free trade zones or industrial zones. We're extracting water more quickly than nature can replenish the groundwater. The groundwater depletion is alarming in many, many parts of the world. We're damming our major rivers to death. Most major rivers no longer reach the ocean. We're diverting water for flood irrigation, for massive food production, and factory farms and so on, moved away from the kind of farming in many places in the world that did not harm the environment and water. And so we have a crisis, and the United Nations now says that within the next 20 to 30 years, at least as many as 5 billion people may be living without adequate access to water. That's just an absolutely stunning statistic. I mean, we're talking at the moment that over half the planet doesn't have a place to wash their hands with soap and warm water, which, as you remember, when we first all learned about COVID a year and a half ago, we were told that is the most important thing to do. Now we know it's more transmitted through breathing and so on. But at first it was wash your hands, and people started realizing you're not going to be able to fight COVID if you don't have sanitation. And we don't have proper sanitation for at least 2.5 billion people in the world. And what you need to know is that when you look at the graphs and the statistics, the demand is going straight up and the supply is going straight down. And this is really very distressing because we are a planet running out of clean water. And I sit here and I get the reports coming in from various places. I mean, there's one recent report that India will have as many as 15 major cities, including big ones like New Delhi, that are slamming into the end of water. 22 countries in Africa are at the end of water. The Middle East is due to run out in various places sooner than others. My country, I wrote a book on, I mean, you think of Canada, everybody thinks, oh, so much water. We've got the Great Lakes and Hudson Bay and all of that. We actually don't have that much water. And we've had tremendous drought on our prairies and in British Columbia this year. So it's not just in sort of poor countries far away. And there's a recent report distressing report on drought in Europe. With the melting of the glaciers and the over-extraction of water. And I really want to make a point here, and this is very important for me to make, because you hear often that climate change is the cause of the water crisis. And it's true that the melting glaciers and the warming of the atmosphere is warming lakes and rivers, which makes them evaporate more quickly and all of that. But it's also true that the way we're abusing water is one of the major causes of climate chaos, the climate crisis. Because when you remove either water or vegetation from a local hydrologic cycle, you are interrupting the natural flow of water and the rain goes away. And what we're learning now is the drought is caused very often by a removal of vegetation. And if you remove that vegetation, the rains won't come back. So we're seeing growing drought in many, many countries and many parts of the world. So it's very important that I'm not saying separate water and climate, but that we see water in a way as a separate component. And as much as we can say that the way we're destroying water is impacting climate in a negative way, similarly, when we protect and restore watersheds, excuse me, this will go away in a second. When we protect watersheds, that's one of the major ways in which we help mitigate the climate crisis. It's important that you know that the lack of clean water, access to clean water, is the greatest threat, excuse me, is the greatest killer of children. Kills more children every year than all forms of violence. I'm going to take a little water here. This is what you do when you get up at 4 in the morning. All right. The dirty water kills more children every day than all forms of violence put together, including war. So it's very important that we come at this issue as, in my opinion, as one of the greatest human rights crises of our time, one of the greatest health crises of our time. And so when I came into this, it became very clear to me that if we had a planet running out of clean water, water was going to be very valuable, both financially valuable, but valuable in the sense of power. Whoever got a hold of it was going to be both powerful and wealthy. And what I learned very early on was that there's a mighty contest taking place around water in the world between those who see it as a commodity, put it on the open market for sale, like water, like oil and gas, and those of us who see it as a commons, a human right, part of our global commons, a public trust, and a public service. And those are phenomenally different ways of looking at the issue of water. And long before most of us understood there was a water crisis, big corporations, big private interests, big bottled water companies, big food companies, big private utilities understood that there was money to be made around the dwindling water crisis in our world. And so I've been fighting the forms of water privatization and water commodification for years. One form is the water privatization of services. And that's where a municipality turns its water over to a private company, often one of the big French companies, Suez and Veolia. Margaret Thatcher started this in 1987 when she privatized England and Wales water. And she didn't just sort of say, we'll keep control of it and we'll give the running of it to a private company. She handed it all over. And this is one of the lessons to be learned, is to learn what happened in Great Britain, and why they haven't taken their water back is beyond me, because Thames Water and the others dump their pollution into the Thames River and into the other water sources. They do not pay their taxes. Every year there's a major story about, yet again, these companies are not paying their taxes. Yet again, they're polluting. Yet again, the prices are going up. The prices went up absolutely dramatically within the first 10 years of Thames Water coming in. But the World Bank looked at that and said, okay, that's going to be the model we're going to use in the global south. So for poor countries that needed help and funding for water services, they said, okay, we're going to bring in a private company and we'll make the decisions around the contract. And in some cases, the local people weren't even allowed to see. In many cases, the local community wasn't allowed to see what the contract looked like. One of the first of these ended up in what we call a water war, which was in Cochabamba, Bolivia in the late 1990s, where the World Bank said, yes, we'll give you money, but you have to bring in a private company. And the World Bank chose Bechtel, which is gone now, but it was an engineering company whose motto was to repave the world. I mean, they were like, not the most environmentally friendly. They came up and they came into Cochabamba, Bolivia, one of the poorest countries in the world. And they said, they set up a private water company, and they tripled the price of water, and the people just simply couldn't afford it. And they also said, we own the water that comes from the sky. We own the rain. So if we catch you keeping water in cisterns or whatever, pots and pans, we're going to fine you or put you in jail. And there was a water uprising, and people were killed. A man named Oscar Oliveira, who was a shoemaker and head of the union and never been outside of Bolivia before, became kind of an international hero because he led a revolution against the government of the time. They brought the army in, people were killed. It was a real battle against who's around water and who's going to control their water. They then elected the first indigenous leader who as president, and he kicked the company out, and he kicked another company out of the capital, La Paz, and said, we're going to take our water back. So this struggle has been happening in many parts of the world. We now are monitoring these privatizations, and many municipalities, well over 300 now, that had been privatized, tried the experiment of privatization, have gone back and brought their water back under public management, including big cities like Berlin. You probably know the story of Berlin, or maybe you don't. It's really interesting, but I guess 22, 3 years ago, they privatized their water. The price of water just skyrocketed. They fought back. The people had a referendum, and they won the right to get their water back, but they had to pay for it. So that the prices of water there are going to be very high for a long time until they pay the company. They should never have done it in the first place. Paris and most of the major cities in France were private and have all gone public. And I love in Paris, the public company that replaced the private company is called Eau de Paris, which I think is quite lovely because it sounds like a perfume, which fresh water, of course, is. There's also the practice of water trading. And water trading is where you separate the water from the land and you let the owner of that water sell the water separately from the land. Australia is a very dry continent, as you probably know. They've had tremendous drought crises. In the 1990s, the government said, okay, in order to save money, in order to save water, we're going to let farmers and other owners of water, instead of giving them licenses, we're going to give them a contract. We're going to give them the actual rights to the water. And then the hope was that they would use less water because they could make money selling the extra. Well, of course, what happened is the big agribusiness came in and bought the small farms. Then investors came in, and foreign investors came in, and the price of water skyrocketed. And when the government 10 years later tried to buy back water to protect the Murray-Darling, the major water source, they couldn't afford to do it. And there's a very powerful new book on the failure of the water markets in Australia. Chile is another country that has gone totally into water trading. In fact, it was the dictator Pinochet who in the first constitution of the country many years ago, basically said water is a private resource. It's to go on sale like hydroelectricity and oil and gas. Everything's to be sold on the open market. And so big mining companies, like a lot of the companies from my country that have a terrible human rights record outside of our country, have come into Chile, and they outbid the local community. The indigenous people there have no rights over their water. It does not belong to them. It literally is sold as a private good. And the Western United States, California, Texas, they have separated the water from the land, and they're literally allowing it to be sold separately to developers, to swimming pools for golf courses, whatever. I call it a cash crop. Water is a cash crop. Then you have the newest thing, and you may have read about this, and that is that in the United States, the Chicago exchange, derivatives exchange, which is a future commodities market, has allowed water futures to be placed on the speculation for speculation. And that means you can speculate on buying water assets. Now, it's not the same as buying water. Buying water assets is basically you're betting on drought, you're betting on crisis. So they've only opened it up for California water now, but you can see a large investor or a very large agribusiness comes in and it says, okay, we know that the drought is getting worse in California. We're going to buy up blocks of assets of water and we're going to hold on to it. And in 5 years, it's going to be worth so much more. So basically, if you have money, you buy more future money. You're speculating on the water crisis. And I think it's a terrible, terrible development. And we have at the UN, there are what are called rapporteurs, special rapporteurs on human rights. And there's a special rapporteur on the human right to water and sanitation. His name is Pedro Arroyo. And I sent this report yesterday to the organizers, and they can share it with any of you, but he's tabled yesterday at the United Nations a very powerful and important new report saying that commodification, privatization, and financialization of water are a terrible, terrible mistake. Because in a world running out of water, if you allow it to be held in private hands and people who don't have any interest or any knowledge of the environment, right? I mean, they just want to make money from it. You're going to be in crisis. And if it's bad now with they said about at least 2.5 billion people don't have access to clean water every day. And as I said earlier, that's growing and it's a huge issue for children under 5. It's going to get worse. And we're going to see the prices rise. It's what I call the perfect storm, which is growing inequality between and among countries, but also within societies and not just in poor countries. In the United States, they turn the water off every year to about 15 million people, Americans, because they can't afford to buy the water. So it's really important that we understand this perfect storm of growing inequality, privatization of water in private hands being decided for profit, not for humans, not for the environment, and then rising water prices. Ordinary people in many cases simply cannot afford water. And if you think again that it's just in poor countries, a couple of years ago, in one of the cities in France where water was still privatized, this unionized worker refused to turn the water off to people who couldn't afford the water prices. And he was fired and he took it to court and he won, which was very exciting. So people are fighting back. But I tell you this because it's very important that we understand that this mighty contest is crucial. And of course, you know about the bottled water industry. Every minute in our world, people are buying 1 million bottles of mostly plastic water every single minute. If you were to put the plastic bottles that we use, the individual single bottles that we use, end to end, in 1 year, they would reach over halfway to the sun. We are destroying our planet with plastic garbage, as you well know. I'm sure this is an issue for a lot of you. But one of the things we could do immediately, where clean, safe water is coming out of your tap, we should stop drinking bottled water. And when Paris decided to go from a private to back into public management of their water, they opened a whole process, a whole public education project where they promote the public water. They say this good, clean, safe water, you've paid a lot of money to keep it clean and have it coming out of your taps clean. Why are you drinking bottled water? And by the way, microplastics are rampant in plastic bottles. So if you're not doing it to save water, do it so that you're not drinking plastics. But it's a big part of our movement the goal is eventually clean, safe public water everywhere. So what does this mean? Well, we have a movement a global water justice movement. We sometimes call ourselves water warriors. We have met all over the world. We meet sometimes around UN conferences or the COP conference on climate. We meet when the bad guys meet, they're called the World Water Council, and every 3 years they have a big show. Basically, it's privatized water services and water technology and so on, and it's all about, technology will fix everything. And we have been a very steady, our movements have been a very steady critique of the privatization and commodification of water and the global corporate ownership, or the decision is made around water that that impact only the elites and only the wealthy, and leave the poor behind. And it's been a very exciting journey. Our most important success to date was 11 years ago, July 28th, 2010, when the United Nations General Assembly recognized that water and sanitation are fundamental human rights. And you can say, well, that's a motherhood. Of course they are. And I can tell you it was a huge fight. My country, Canada, at the time, led the fight against the human right to water. And that's because in our country, we have many First Nations communities, Indigenous communities, where there isn't good water and sanitation. There aren't good water and sanitation services. And the government of the time didn't want the UN adopting a resolution that said that water and sanitation are human rights, because they knew that groups like ours would say, there, you absolutely now must do something about the crisis in First Nations. And that was the same in many, many countries. The US was opposed, Great Britain was opposed, Germany was great. Germany actually led the fight, and Switzerland was good. So we did have our allies. But against us was the World Bank. It was all of the big water companies, the big water utilities, the big bottled water companies. A guy named Peter Brabeck was then the CEO of Nestle. And he said that there was no such thing as a human right to water. That was ridiculous. And, he was absolutely opposed to the human right to water. And he was very vocal about it. So it was a fight. And a very brave man named Pablo Sono, who was the ambassador from Bolivia to the United Nations, just said, you know what? I'm not going to wait until I think there's consensus. I'm just going to put the question to the General Assembly, and let's just see what countries are going to vote against the human right to water when every single day children are dying from a lack of water. And it was really interesting. 121 countries voted in favor, and 42 abstained, including my country. Didn't have the guts to vote against it, even though they were opposed. They abstained, so that, so they couldn't be accused of being against the human right to water, but nor were they going to be for it. However, since then, every country has ratified, including the United States, and they don't always ratify UN resolutions. The notion of the human right to water and sanitation is in the SDGs, the development goals. It's in the language of all the international documents now relating to water. So it was a very exciting thing for us to go through. Now, did that mean that the next day everything was fine? Of course not. In 1948, with the UN Declaration on Human Rights, they outlawed torture, and torture still exists tragically in our world. But when the community of nations comes together at the United Nations and says, this is wrong, you have that as a template. That is what the goal is. We don't want torture in our world. It's not okay. We're not saying it's okay in this case, it's not okay. Torture is wrong. Children dying of the lack of water because their parents can't afford water that's expensive, wrong. And when the United Nations took that position, it was like changing the lens on your glasses or whatever. You're instead of seeing water as a charity, giving water to poor people, all the poor people, it's charity, it's a human right. And when it's a human right, all sorts of things attend that. And the Human Rights Council was very clear in saying, this is what it means. This is the responsibility of governments. This is the responsibility of the international community, and so on. So it was a really big breakthrough. And since that time, almost 4 dozen countries have either amended their constitution or brought in a new law stating that water is a human right. We had a real win in Mexico. A number of years ago, Mexico adopted the human right to water in their constitution. They amended it. And several years later, there was a move by the government of the day just to promote privatization of water services. And our groups in Mexico said, that's a contradiction. You can't say privatization of water services when you have just amended your constitution to say it's a fundamental human right. So they dropped the promotion of water, privatized water. So it was a really big win. We had another huge win. The Kalahari Bushmen, the tribe in Botswana that live in the Kalahari, they've been trying to move them off for years, off the desert. They'd found diamonds in the desert. They wanted to have ecotourism. They just were embarrassed that these people stayed in the desert and still lived the way their ancestors did. So they tried to move them into these awful cement apartment buildings, and the people kept coming back. So the government of the day, and this was back about 20 years ago, smashed all their bore wells, their access to water. And the people took it to court with support from groups like Survival International and others. But they won the right to go back to the desert, but not to access water. After the UN recognized the human right to water, they went back to the Supreme Court in Botswana and won. And what the Supreme Court said was the United Nations has recognized the human right to water, and that changed our mind. And so it was really a direct issue there. And it was very, very, very powerful part of the movement, because when you work in something like this, and I've just finished writing a new book on hope and activism, one of the lessons that I'm trying to say to people is, look, building a movement's a really big thing. You'll have goals, but you won't always get them at the time that you might want them. Some you won't get at all. You don't get everything you want when you're a social justice or environmental justice activist. You don't just automatically get it. But building a movement, bringing new people in, educating people, giving people hope, this is really incredibly important. And so building this global water justice movement has been fabulous. And as I said earlier, one of the big wins we've had is that many municipalities have gone back to running their water services with public agencies as a public trust. Yes, you're going to pay water services, but that's for the service. You don't own the water. You're paying for the service that brought clean water, wastewater treatment, and so on into your home and your business. Then we launched something called Blue Communities. And we launched this in my country, again, about 10 or 11 years ago, but it's spread. And a Blue Community is where a municipality agrees to protect and promote water as a human right. So what does that mean in your community? To protect and promote water as a public trust, so no privatization of water services. And if there's clean, safe water coming out of your tap, you're going to phase out bottled water from municipal services, concerts and conferences and so on. And you're going to have a campaign in your community, in your city, promoting public water. One of my favorite stories is that Berlin just asked the question, okay, they became a Blue Community about 4 years ago. I was there for the ceremony. It was very exciting because, as I said earlier, they had privatized their water and they brought it back under public management, and they didn't want to go through that again. So they became a Blue Community, made a commitment never to go private again. But they asked themselves about what is a human right to water and sanitation in a modern city that has accessible clean water coming out of the taps. What does it mean? Well, they looked around and they said, I'll tell you who doesn't have access to sanitation. It's the migrants, it's the homeless people in the parks and so on. So they have entered into a project with some people who build their waterless toilets, and they're wooden and they're private, and they put them in the red light districts for the sex workers. They put them in the parks and under the freeways where migrants and homeless people live. That's not the answer, of course, to homelessness. There's a much bigger answer, but at least the dignity of having a private place to go to the bathroom is incredibly important. And that's how Berlin decided that it was going to implement this. I mean, you think of wealthier cities, oh, they're all fine. Los Angeles became a blue community. There are 1 million people in the Los Angeles area, the greater Los Angeles area, that don't have access to clean water and sanitation. So again, I know I said this, but it's really important to realize it's not just in poor countries far away, but that was really exciting. And in Switzerland, there's a blue community coordinator. It's just a major, major issue. Bern became the first blue community municipality outside Canada. And since then, many unions, universities have become blue communities. I would love for you guys to take the concept away, and I would love to help you on it. McGill here in Canada just became a blue community. I'm chancellor of a all women's university here in Canada, and we just became a blue community. And it's really a pledge to what I call go blue. And that is just a consciousness that this beautiful thing called water, I know you can't see it here, it's water, is a gift. You know, it's part of our heritage, and we just take it for granted. We don't think about it, but you can imagine what life is like if you don't have water. I remember when I very first was doing this work, and I toured a slum in Kenya called Kibera. It's one of the largest slums in the world, and there are no toilets, there are pit latrines, but everybody defecates in plastic bags and throws, they call them flying objects, they call them something ruder than that, and they just throw them into the river. And so I say to people, you can't protect the environment if you don't protect the human right to sanitation, because if people don't have a private place for the bathroom, they're going to use the local water source. And so if you care about the environment, you have to care about human rights, and vice versa. These issues have to come together. But I can remember being devastated by places that I saw, and coming home, looking in my own house and thinking, how many water outlets do I have? Like, I'm not rich, we're middle class, but I have taps and bathrooms and bathtubs and a hose out front and a hose for the lawn out back, and a washing machine. We take it so for granted in wealthier countries, and I stopped taking it for granted. It started really becoming something quite sacred for me, and that's why I can't stand seeing water put in plastic bottles. I find it's wrong. Then I want to mention a few other things, and I want to stop and give us time to talk. One of the exciting new developments is the notion of collective rights and more indigenous rights, and the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples was adopted, a number of years ago at the UN, about 10 years ago at the UN, but slowly country after country has been adopting it. And basically what that says is that we're thinking of human rights beyond just the individual person, but thinking about the collective rights of peasant groups, local rural farmers, and particularly indigenous communities who don't think in terms of individuals, but think in terms of the collective responsibility. And in my country, First Nations peoples are very, very clear that you are just another living creature with all the other living creatures, and that you're a steward of these with the other creatures of the land and the water and the air, and you can't separate yourself. And this notion of a collective right and the right to the resource to decide what happens to this resource collectively, this is new and very exciting. It's very ancient, but it's new in terms of being recognized at the United Nations. And this is a really exciting development. And then we have, and you're going to hear a lot more about this at COP26, but also just as we move into the future, we have been looking at climate change really through a very narrow lens, and that is reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Now, that is absolutely crucial, and my country is a real outlier because we produce a lot of oil and gas, and we've been fighting that in my organization. We've been fighting it for years. But many of us have been saying, aside from fighting against the rising greenhouse gas emissions, we have to be protecting and restoring water and watersheds, soil, which we've been destroying with chemicals and agribusiness and big corporate farming, and you know the story, I'm sure, around that. Wetlands and forests, which are the lungs and the protection of water. And you would raise those forests, you are putting the local water at risk. And in many countries, my country included, there is very little protection of our water systems from factory farming, from farming. There are rules around human waste, but factory farm waste with all the awful stuff, the hormones and the chemicals and all of that stuff that gets fed to the animals gets dumped back into our waters, and it creates blue-green algae. And one of the biggest lakes in the world is Lake Winnipeg in my country out in Manitoba in the prairies. And Lake Winnipeg is almost destroyed now, and it's huge. It's the 10th largest lake in the world, but many summers it's covered with this blue-green algae. It's called eutrophication, and it comes from the hog farms. And we've just simply got to do better in saying the way we grow food, the way we produce the food that we eat has got to be respectful. If it hurts water, I mean, I want laws in every country to say everything we do, every action we take, every policy we adopt has to answer the question, what's the impact on water? And if the impact on water is not good, go back to the drawing boards. If water is seen as a tradable good or a commodity in trade and investment agreements, take it out. We really have to ask the hard politics of this. Turning the water off when you're brushing your teeth, that's good. That's not going to save the world's water. And it's really important to understand that we need good policy. Martin Luther King said legislation may not change the law, but it will restrain the heartless. It will not change hearts, but it will restrain the heartless. And if you have a corporation that wants to do the right thing, they don't want to externalize and dump their garbage and their pollution in the raw environment. They want to pay their workers properly. They want to be good corporate citizens, but you've got this corporation over here that doesn't want to do any of that, but there's no law. This corporation is going to make more money because they can sell their goods, their product more cheaply because they make them more cheaply because they're not taking responsibility. And it's really important for us to understand that. And I just want to remind you, you may know this, of the world's 100 largest economies, 69 are corporations. 69 are corporations. 31, only 31 are countries. Some big corporations like Amazon and BlackRock and ExxonMobil, they're bigger than the GDP of most countries. And when they tell governments, we want you to do this, or we want you to look the other way when we come in, and we want a lease on this land for 99 years. And by the way, we want to dump our poison in your water. Please don't argue with us because we are powerful and we won't bring our investment to you if you do this. And so governments are beginning to fight back. One exciting recent development is that the G7 countries have agreed to levy a common tax on transnational corporations so that they can't go around hiding and bidding these countries off against one another. Well, this country said they'd give us this tax break. What will you do? These countries are coming together and saying these tax havens are wrong. They allow corporations and the wealthy to hide their money, their profits in a way that we need for good social programs to protect our environment and so on. So there's some real work that I think is being done in that area that I'm excited about. And as I said yesterday, the special rapporteur on the human right to water and sanitation tabled a very, very important report at the United Nations, basically saying, the financialization and commodification of water, if it's allowed to continue, will continue the downward spiral of water deficiency, the lack of access to clean water for the peoples of the world. So this is a very powerful moment, and as I said, you're going to hear more in the next few years around this nature-based solution. That's not to say that we need to stop fighting and being concerned around greenhouse gas emissions, but at the same time, we know that clean, healthy soils, clean, healthy, intact forests, clean, healthy wetlands and watersheds, these will take in the carbon. These will repair the local hydrologic cycle while we are transitioning to a non-carbon economy. But that's not going to happen right away, as we all know. China's boosting up its coal-fired plants again when that had started to decrease, but they're in crisis around energy, and so they're turning back to coal. India is turning back to coal. These are not good signs, but we need to keep fighting, and it's really terribly important that we do that. So we need to, and I'm just going to end with just asking for us to ask ourselves, what path are we going to take with water? Because the policies and actions that we and our governments take, from municipal, very local, to provincial or state, to national, to international, depends on how we see water. Is it a commodity to be put on the open market for profit, like oil and gas? Let me tell you, that's being taught in business schools around the world. They'll teach our side, saying, well, this is what the other guys say, but that's not, they say this is the way to solve the world's water crisis, is to privatize it, is to bring it into the market economy. And to my mind, that is a terrible mistake. Is water just a resource for us, for our pleasure and our convenience and profit? I'm afraid in the industrialized North, yes, that's how we've seen water. We have not protected it. We have not seen it as sacred. We have not understood what Indigenous people tell us, which is that you destroy water, you're destroying your ancestors, you're destroying this. We're supposed to think 7 generations ahead of us. In the future, we're supposed to, all policy, everything we do is supposed to be with 7 generations in mind. Are we doing that with water? No, we're not. And we have a lot to learn about how we are going to do this. Is it a commodity or a human right and a public trust? And does it have rights of its own? And I don't have time to go into this in any detail, but there's a whole movement now around the rights of nature. Wonderful materials, and I'm happy to share examples of books and good material. And there's a group called the Global Alliance on the Rights of Nature, if you want to look it up. And they're doing wonderful work. Actually, they're doing right now a tribunal in Glasgow around European water issues and climate issues. And the rights of nature is a very exciting concept, because it says it's not just nature and water don't just serve humans, and we don't just take care of them because we humans would like that, because we like nice, clean nature. Nature has rights. A river has a right to flow, right? A species has a right to exist and not be hunted or poisoned to extinction. This doesn't mean you can't go fishing, but you're not going to fish that species to extinction. What are the rights? And there's some very, very exciting new concepts out there being talked about to shift our laws to recognize that other species and the ecosystem has rights as well. So I'm going to end the formal part of this, and I think we still have a few minutes to chat together, but I want to just end with a quote that I love from the late, great American scientist, Carl Sagan. And he said, anything else you are interested in is not going to happen if you cannot breathe the air and drink the water. Don't sit this one out. Do something. You are, by accident of fate, alive at an absolutely crucial moment in the history of our planet. What Carl Sagan is saying to you, to me and to you, and what I'm saying to you is that we've all been put here at this moment. I'm older than most of you. We've all been put here at this moment to take care of this planet. And the Little Prince, Saint-Exupéry, says, when you get up in the morning after you've bathed and cared for yourself, then you have to care for your planet. It's really important that we understand that this is a gift, and the climate crisis in a way is a gift, because our generation, and I'm older than you, but when I mean those of us alive today, have got to take this on, and we have to collectively come up with the solutions. I'm full of hope, because I think hope is a moral imperative, especially if you've been lucky enough or are lucky enough to live in a place where you have opportunities, and most of you, I think that would apply to you, we need this hope. And so I just thank you very much for an opportunity to share my concerns and my journey and some of the solutions that we're working on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barlow. Thank you for your service, and thank you for being here. Thank you for the insights. And yeah, now we would like to give our audience the opportunity to have a chat with you, as you said. Please, questions, come forward.
Do we just start speaking?
Just start speaking. I'll repeat it so we can hear it.
Okay, I can. It's a bit of a complex question, so yeah, if you don't mind, I can just go to you or put it in the microphone.
Do we have a microphone? Yes, it's coming.
Perfect. Hi, can you understand me? No? Okay.
Just a second.
Test. Okay. Hi. Can you understand me, Ms. Barlow?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, perfect. So this is Yannick from Oikos Berlin, and I'm going back to the very beginning of your talk, which was, by the way, very insightful, and I think, yeah, it's very important that we raise these questions alongside CO2 and the, let's say, very common and famous issues of climate change and the planetary boundaries. So you explained the problems of privatization, and I totally agree with you. I'm a big I always raise criticism for privatization. But as you said as well, water being a common resource, it is hard to regulate. It's very hard to kind of govern the way also companies are polluting it. And I have a very controversial hypothesis, which I would like to hear your turn on. And it's like the very regulated privatization of water could maybe, or if that could also prevent that public pollution, if you know what I mean, from other companies or even private communities. Because if it gets privatized, these companies who actually take care of it, or like, let's say, owning it, they will be probably very motivated to look after it if right regulations are in place. So do you think there is a model for privatization, which I personally haven't found and don't think so, but maybe your take is a bit more expert on this. Do you think there is a model which could work? Also to take some weight off the government, because we have seen now the problems of common goods, and that even governments and governmental institutions are not really able to execute the protection of water bodies.
Well, thank you, Yannick. That's a fabulous question. And the answer is, I've never seen a model that works like that. What happens is that the private companies come in and they make an agreement with the government to keep prices at this level, and always, and I mean always, they come back a year later and say, we can't do it, we have to raise the prices. They come back the next year. In Great Britain, it was in the first couple of years, they raised the price of water to people, 87%. And it just goes through the roof. And that's why in the United States, so many people have their water shut off every year, because they literally can't afford the rising prices when water's privatized. I hear you, however, when you talk about what has been termed, I'm sure you know, the tragedy of the commons, which is if nobody's regulating it, if nobody's caring for it, then how do you stop pollution? How do you stop the over extraction? How do you stop the abuse? We need good government. We have the right to good government. Even when we don't have good government, we mustn't lose the notion that we have the right as people, as citizens, to governments that care and that can set up agencies that will take this responsibility. We're very, very clear at the United Nations The human right to water does not mean you have a human right to all the water you want. It doesn't mean you have the right to your swimming, the right to your water in your swimming pool or your golf course. It does not mean that. It means very specifically in the United Nations, it's very specific, is water for life, water for survival, water for the ecosystem. And it's really laid out in very clear language, and the governments are responsible for ensuring that everyone has this basic water and sanitation for life, for health of their people. But what we all need to do is we need to have very strict rules around, common rules around who has access to this water and under what circumstances. So yes, companies need access to water, but it should be regulated in the common good. And there need to be the places where it's done best is when a local community is working with government to set standards and conditions under which access happens. We've been fighting in British Columbia here. We have a huge fracking in my country, a huge fracking operation. It's just using tons of water and destroys tons of water. And a lot of it's in Indigenous communities. So we're working with the Indigenous communities there to fight it. And finally, the government is going to bring in new legislation on licensing access to water. So it isn't a free for all. Anybody can come in. And we've just had this notion that there's no end to water. So who cares? In the United States, do you know that they actually have places where you can dump your chemicals and the worst byproducts into groundwater because of the notion that, well, it's deep down in the ground. Who cares? Well, I just have this memory of, Mexico City's in real trouble. Mexico's in real trouble, another crisis place in terms of drought. And if you go there, you'll see the big churches are all kind of tilted. It's because it's called subsidence. If you take out the water under these cities, they start to sink, right? But they found a big aquifer a few years ago. It's not going to last forever, but it was helpful. And the scientist who first brought up the very first cup of that first water drank from it and then held it up and said, this is why you take care of groundwater, because we're going to need it, right? So finally, British Columbia is finally bringing in legislation around not only you have to have a license to access this water, we're going to set terms and conditions, we're going to set levels of access. Again, another example, and I helped to write this law in the state of Vermont. They brought in legislation that said that their groundwater is a public trust, and they're going to give priority to individual needs, like families and people's needs, individual needs, ecosystem protection, and this one is interesting, food production for local people, for the local domestic what do you call them, buyers or whatever, not exports. And what you'll find, and this is something my time's limited, but the whole concept of virtual water is really important. Virtual water is the water that is used in products, could be computers, could be clothes, but mostly in commodities, food commodities, that is then, and if that's then exported, you've exported that water. So if you're producing water intensive crops, beef is water intensive, rice is water intensive, walnuts and almonds are water intensive. California, they produce 80% of the almonds for the world. They don't have any water left. It's crazy that they're producing almonds for the world. So they take water. It goes into those almonds. The almonds are shipped around the world. The water is literally gone. It's called virtual water. And there's scientists at the University of Twente in the Netherlands doing incredibly important work saying the more we have global trade, the more we are using our water to produce goods and particularly commodities that then get traded. So a country then looks and says, am I a net virtual water importer or am I a net virtual water exporter? And so we haven't been asking these questions. Nobody's been asking these questions. We've just acted like there was just water forever. Well, I have news for you. There isn't water forever. There isn't water forever. And scientists who are working on this are telling us we are in serious trouble around water. Doesn't mean we can't reverse it. but we have to start seeing it differently. And we need to say, we need to keep democratic control of it so we can see what's happening, so we can have a say in who has access to this precious water that gives us life, because it's no fun to try to live water or to live your life without water.
Well, thank you. Oh, sorry, I'll just have a quick.
He said thank you.
Is it working though?
Can we turn off the microphone again?
Yeah, I
Perfect.
think it's working.
Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Barlow.
Hello.
My name is Khushbu. I'm also from Oikos Berlin, and well, we're both sustainability students, so you can imagine we found your speech very moving, to say the least. I'm starting to write my master thesis right now, which is, I'm very happy you mentioned, on the rights of nature. And as you can understand, I'm doing lots of research around it right now. I've also been able to speak to 2 people working with the GARN at the moment. And the more I read into it, the more we get stuck, all of us, the people who are working there, as well as me, who's merely researching it, on its applicability. As you know, I mean, Ecuador took it up, Bolivia took it up, New Zealand, well, successfully sort of took it up. But they were also introduced as concepts in India, for example, for the 2 main rivers of Ganga and Brahmaputra. And what is happening in all of these cases right now is, who's going to represent it? What about the locus standi? What if the river floods it? Do we sue the river? So there are so many questions about the applicability and how it goes hand in hand or coherently with the concepts such as the blue community or something that you discussed today. Because at the end of the day, who's going to be the locus standi for that river, which is the freshwater resource? And if it's the government, well, as you know, in most of the developing countries, the government is not entirely the most responsible actor. It is mostly the local communities or the civil society. So I wanted to understand your opinion on its true applicability, and what should be the first question we should ask ourselves. Is it about representation, or is it about, how the legal framework is to be executed?
Well, thank you so much. That's a fabulous question. And the answer to you is, to be in all honesty, is that this is a work in progress. All of us who've been doing this work on the rights of nature, and I was back speaking about Cochabamba back in Bolivia, after the failure of the COP meeting 2009 in Copenhagen, which was just awful. I mean, I was there, and they had it was sponsored by Coca-Cola and a big corporation. So you got off the plane. This was to a UN COP meeting, right? I called them little elves. There were young people in little red outfits, because I guess Christmas was coming up or whatever. And they were handing out free cups of Coca-Cola. So Coca-Cola had this cute advertising, and instead of Copenhagen, it was Copenhagen. So I started calling it Copenhagen, right? Because it was just, how can you do this? It was all Mercedes-Benz was a sponsor, and it was just like the climate summit brought to you by all the worst players, so it was awful, and it was a failure. So we were called by the president of Bolivia as a movement to come to Bolivia and rewrite what would we have done if we could have had our way in Copenhagen. And it was from there that came the Universal Declaration on the rights of Mother Earth. It was called, not on the rights of nature, but a lot of people use nature because it's more understandable in the global north, I guess. And so it's a work in progress. And as much as it's ancient, and you're quite right about that, communities have set those standards since back in the mists of time, and indigenous communities still do this, and many small rural communities around the world still do this. In a large city or in a country with governments that are either neoliberal or aren't governing, or are governing in the for their elites, it's an uphill battle. And I hear you. So the honest answer is that we're coming together to face this, and you are going to be one of the people who help us define how this gets done. I would send you to a book by David Boyd. David Boyd's a Canadian. He is the UN special rapporteur on the environment and human rights, and he's the one who was behind the whole notion of the human right to a healthy environment. And his book, I've got it right here, and I'm forgetting the name, but it's The Rights of Nature. David Boyd, The Rights of Nature. He gets very specific about where this might work and how it might work. In my country, there's a major river system called the Magpie up in northern Quebec. And the First Nation community that lives there has declared it to be that the river has rights. And they have said, we will be the keepers, because it's within their tradition to be the keepers of the river. And again, 7 generations on. And they have come to an understanding with the local municipality around what this is beginning to mean. And so it's a work in progress. But in this case, they literally see themselves as keepers of the system. Now there's a group come together. This is really sort of, okay, this is a big one, to declare the St. Lawrence River, which is a huge river, if you know your Canadian or American geography. So there's the Great Lakes, and they flow into the St. Lawrence to the sea. And there's communities along the St. Lawrence are beginning this discussion now. What would it mean, and how would we come together, and how we want to protect the beluga whales, for instance, and how do you do that, and who makes the decisions? It's a work in progress. But David Boyd makes a really good point. He says, we're not talking about giving species human rights. We're talking about the right to survival, the right of a river to flow, the right of a species to exist. And so we can't use human rights language in quite the same way. I think you'd find his book extremely helpful. But the honest answer to you is that we have built law in the West, again, I guess the North, the industrialized world, very much based on property, as you well know, because you're studying this. And so what the best that we do is that we put limits on what people can do to that property. How much, when the Exxon Valdez spilled, the reparations were only to those who could prove that their farms or their homes or their businesses were harmed by this. But who's speaking for the fish? Who's speaking for the generations of wildlife that's going to have to live with this spill? So it's very complicated. The hope, of course, is that eventually it will work itself into a law that we can actually interpret. And I would say the closest that we have is that UNDRIP, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, because in there, there's very clear language about having to consult with the local First Nations if you are going to bring in extractive industry into their territory. We adopted it just last year in Canada, because it's going to be full of litigation, because many communities are going to say, yeah, we don't want you at all. Other communities, First Nations, are going to say, we want you, but we want you to pay us lots of money. It's going to be very complicated. And so what kind of law can we build together to protect this? So frankly, you're on the cutting edge of, in my opinion, some of the most exciting work that's being done. And I would also send you to Kate Raworth, who has written, she's an economist from Great Britain. She's written a book on what she calls the donut economy. And I know we probably have to stop soon, we're over our time. But I love her work and what she's produced. And she said, instead of the notion of growth, there's all countries in the world assess their progress by the GDP. How much did we grow? How much did the economy grow? And often the growth of the economy is at the expense of the environment, as you well know. And you all know the story of how wealthy some people have gotten from COVID and how devastating it's been for others. So how do we approach that? She says we have to replace the growth economy, this notion of unlimited growth. And a lot of us have been talking about it for a long time, but we haven't been doing it. So she says we need an economy that's shaped like a donut. And on the outside of the donut are all of the tipping points of the natural world that we can't go beyond. And you can name those very specifically and what it means. And on the inside of the donut is all of the rights and needs of societies, communities, and people. And that would include equality issues, justice issues, political rights, and so on. But the right against poverty, the right to education, the rights to healthcare, and so on. And then she says the sweet spot, she calls it, is the donut in between what we can't do and what we must do in terms of the rights of people, so that we humans fit into nature, into the natural world. And the city of Amsterdam has decided to adopt a donut economy, and they've got a 100-year plan based on Kate Rao's donut economy, and it's being examined. President Biden apparently is quite taken with the concept, has been reading. He's in trying to get his legislation through, and that's another story, but the US is in terrible trouble. But anyway, the Pope thinks this is the best thing since sliced bread, because we've been looking for an alternative model. And I see the framework of the rights of nature, the rights of Mother Earth, within a different model, so that we're not continually building new highways and building new pipelines and building cities, cement cities, that we are building for a different future. And surely as we come out of the COVID crisis, we've got to learn some things, eh? We've got to say what matters. And I think a lot of us, and I think I speak for many, many people, sat and thought a lot about values and what matters. Your neighbors matter. I traveled too much. I stopped when COVID started, right? You're grounded. It's like, okay, what do I do now? You shift, you change your work, you become more of a neighborhood person. I know where every tulip and every, rose bush in my community is, because I walk them every day, because that's where, you get out, you shift and you care, and money means less and less and less. It's not to all of us, obviously. Some people, it's still the end goal, but I just think I have found, and I think many people have found, that we want to come out of this crisis with a new notion that we are one human family, and that what happens in one place will impact us in all places, and that having the vaccines in the wealthy countries and not in the poor countries is fundamentally wrong. So there's a whole movement to get the WTO, the World Trade Organization, to allow our patent agreements to be broken in the case of the vaccines. There's a movement that whatever agreements come up at COP26 on the environment, to protect the environment, that there be no right for countries or corporations to use investment and trade agreements to sue those countries because they're interrupting their business. We're shifting. I can feel the shift, and I wrote about it. My book is called Still Hopeful: Lessons from a Lifetime of Activism. Comes out in the spring, in March, on International Women's Day. It's going to be launched. And I only looked at hopeful issues. I defined what hope is. And hope isn't sort of, oh, everything's fine, I don't have to worry. No, realistic hope, or what one person calls wise hope, is, yes, we have some real problems, but we can solve them together. And we have to have some faith that other people are thinking about this too. Other people in other places are coming up with different and brilliant ways of protecting a local landmark, or understanding a human right in a new way, or like Berlin, interpreting this blue communities in terms of migrant needs. And we can evolve as a human species. I really deeply believe that. And therefore I am still hopeful and love working with people your age, because you're going to be the ones, and I'm not dumping it on you. This is intergenerational, but people looking at new concepts like the rights of nature, like the right to a healthy environment, to ending corporate rule, we call it, what will take its place. And we went way over. See, I believe in a form of government where there's a place for the private sector. I don't want governments making running shoes, right? But there's an important place for the public sector: healthcare, education, fundamental rights, pension rights, dignity, equality. This, we have a very important role. And when it goes out of balance the way it has with global economic globalization, give the corporations everything, they'll make all the decisions, turn everything over to the market, everything. We're swinging back. Even the monetary fund is saying COVID, the private sectors of the world failed us during COVID. It failed us. Even the International Monetary Fund saying that, and they've been like the poster boy for economic globalization and corporate rule. So I'm feeling the shift, and I think it's exciting. And I think together we're going to build something quite exciting, a new world. And if any of you are activists, and sometimes you get tired, I'm just going to end with, because I know we're over our time, the words of Banksy. You know Banksy? He's an artist in London, England. Nobody knows his real name, and he's very famous. He says, if you are tired, learn to rest, not to quit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Barlow.
Maud.
Thank you. I'm sure we'd all love to talk for hours, but you're right. Yeah, it's 11 something, so we gotta come to an end. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to the audience. Thank you to the people online. And once again, thank you for being with us in the middle of the night in your time. And thanks for the insights.
And I'm happy to send you a reading list if you think people are interested in any of the issues or the resources that I talked about. I'm an email away.
I'd love that. Absolutely love that. We'll see that the content will be distributed properly.
All right.
Perfect.
Take care, everybody.
Thank you so much, Dr. Barlow. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Bye.
Yes, thanks for listening. Welcome to the next stage. I think now it's a workshop. And the next stage here will be around 4. Thank you.
The climate crisis is oftentimes shrouded in complexity, but in reality it is quite simple. We need to limit global warming. The environment, the economy, and politics are the three areas we believe are vital if we want to tackle today's challenges. We want to inform, envision, and react.
Welcome to the Oikos Conference 2021.
If we want to stand a chance for a global future, we must rethink the status quo and start to coordinate and communicate joint efforts now. Change is possible and feasible, so let us rethink to react. The choice is yours.
Join us to get involved and make a difference.
Hello, also from my side, thank you so much for being here. It's an incredible honor to welcome you to the Oikos Conference 2021. It's started already, but I think a few more people are here, so it's time for me to also say hello. You know, young people, we realize the urgency of climate change, and that is because it affects us personally. I mean, if we look at 2020, despite a year filled with a COVID pandemic and an economic shutdown, it was still the second warmest year on record. And Australia, you know the pictures, it experienced devastating wildfires. And California, I mean, if you look at the pictures, they looked like they were taken from a science fiction movie. In Southeast Asia, floods were reaching up the houses to the second floor. So this was only 2020. So we realize climate change affects every single person on this planet, and it's up to us to promote actions against climate change and for sustainability. And we really hope to do this by organizing this Oikos conference, and especially with the three topics that we cover, the part of economy, environment, and politics, to really drive impact and to have a long-lasting impact also beyond the 4 days of our conference. So yeah, before I hand over to Oliver and our great panelists today, I'd like to thank a few people. So first of all, Sophie, I'd like to thank you for organizing this with me. It's been an honor to work with you for the last 6 months, and it's just a great opportunity to get to know Oikos International and to work with you. So thank you very much. Yes. Yes. Then secondly, I'd like to thank my amazing team. So behind everything you see today, there stands an amazing and so passionate team. I'm really in awe of how committed they are to turning this vision that we had in the beginning into reality. So thank you so much for helping me with this. Yeah. And lastly, but not less importantly, I'd like to thank Anna, our incredible president. Just by being a role model of a leader and also an amazing friend, you were always there when I needed your help, and I could not have done this without you. So thank you for your constant support. Yes. So I hope you enjoy our conference, and a huge welcome from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alessandra. Maybe also take this opportunity to thank her directly as the project head. A big applause for Alessandra. Thank you for everything. What is the economy there for? I don't know, I only study business. But I'm sure our guest speakers does. On one hand, we have high-skill celebrity and renowned economist, Professor Dr. Martin Kolmar. He is economist and business ethicist. He is a professor of economics and with focus on applied macroeconomics at HSG, and the director of the Institute of Business Ethics. And on the other hand, we have from the Netherlands, Joris Tieleman, who together with Sam de Munck is part of economy studies. It's a collaborative project on of international students to rethink economics and our new economy. The core writing is done by both of them, and both of them will tell us what the economy is there for. So please, a warm welcome to our two guests. Thanks. Joris, you will have the pleasure of going first.
Yes, thank you. Do you want me to sit here or to stand?
Whatever you feel most comfortable with.
I think I'll try standing, see what happens. So, great to see you all here. Very nice audience. I want to talk to you today in this brief 20-minute talk about economy studies. It's a shameless plug for a book I wrote, which will be presented coming Thursday. But it also touches very much on the topic of this conference, so I hope the two coincide. First, who is this guy standing in front of you? So my name is Joris Tieleman. Why do I have to check this on the screen? I know my name. I'm from Amsterdam, the Netherlands. I have spent the past 7-8 years, part of those years, working in a group called Rethinking Economics, which is, just like oikos, an international network of student chapters trying to make the world a better place. In this case, focusing on economics and changing the curriculum there. Yeah, personally, I really love water, I love nature, I love humans, and learning, and it's the last part that we'll be talking about more today. Well, the combination. So, my proposition of today in a nutshell, you've already seen the movie, and if you haven't, you've lived on this planet for the past 20, 25, 30 years. You know we need some change in our economic system. And I think if we want to change the economy, we first have to really make sure we actually understand that system. You cannot change something which you don't understand. And if we want to understand it, we need to change our economic thinking, because the current mainstream of economic thought does serve to understand some things about the system, but it also misses out large important parts of our economy. The economic thinking that lives throughout our society and also in boardrooms and in government ministries throughout the world is shaped in places like this. We need curriculum change. So this will be my proposal for today, and yeah, let me take you through it. This is a question that was asked for the panel discussion that we're here now, and I want to shorten it a little bit, because I think if we're going to talk about what is the economy there for, we need to start with something else first. What is the economy? And I will give you 3 approaches to that question, 3 answers which to me describe the same thing but from different angles to get a bit of a 3D perspective. This is the definition I would give of the economy. And, well, let me read it. Economies can broadly be described as open systems of resource extraction, then production, then distribution, and then consumption, and finally waste disposal, through which societies provision themselves to sustain life and enhance its quality. That's a long and technical definition because it covers a lot of underlying stuff. You could also say the economy is the entire system of humans taking care of themselves and others. And I'm putting this up here because a lot of the time when people talk about economics, they are not necessarily talking about the economy. I'll get to that in a minute. Strange cliffhanger. The second approach is if you look at these open systems, open in the sense that they're not independently existing, independent of the broader society, independent of the ecology. They're open systems. And what are economies made up of? And the first layer would be individuals. Individual humans doing things with one another. Maybe building a house, maybe running a football club, maybe organizing a university, maybe fighting a war. It can be anything. But it starts with a lot of different individuals. And those individuals come together in all sorts of organizations, and that's the next, you could say, level of aggregation. If you see the economy, the organizations form what you might call economic sectors, and finally you get, if all of these complex interactions, which all start with individual humans trying to do things, you get a global economic system. That's the economic system. And if you would sketch it in a picture, this is from the German-speaking Netzwerk Plurale Ökonomik, you might get a picture that's something like this, where you have households interacting with banks and firms. You also have nature around it. You have different questions of power, of how things are run in this economy. And of course, it's all embedded in different cultural settings. And then the third one, which is maybe, this is a picture I think many of us would sketch if you say, what does the economy look like? How does it work? You might come up with something like this, if you could draw better than I can. The third definition is a bit unusual, but I think it's important. What a lot of people sometimes fail to realize is that the economy is not fully human built, like this building we're in that was designed as a blueprint on paper and then executed, and now it's here as it was designed on that paper. It's not so with the economy, but it's also not a completely independently grown system, like maybe an ecosystem untouched by any designing hand. Parts of the economy are designed, and partly they're self-evolving and self-developing and growing. So, yeah, we co-shape the system, but unlike a building, it also leads a life of its own. And that is important if you're trying to understand what the economy is and what economists do. I like to compare it with a forest, but a forest today, not a primal forest like a rainforest, which is to a large degree untouched by humans, but something like this. I think this is the Schwarzwald, I'm not entirely sure. It's somehow kept, that lawn wouldn't be there just out of nature, but it's also not that every tree is planted. And to me, the economy is a bit like this. And then we get to the question of what are economists? And if the economy is a bit like a managed, hands-off, managed forest, yeah, then an economist might be a bit like, I don't know the word in English actually. Ranger, yes, a forest ranger, yeah, a keeper of the forest, who explains also to guests and to other, well, in the economy, nobody is a guest, everyone is a participant, but who explains to non-experts how it works, where you should definitely make sure not to intervene and where you should intervene. And this is a very powerful position, and it's more powerful than mostly understood. Hayek put it like this: when he got his Nobel Prize, you get to give a lecture, and this is one of the things he said in his lecture. The Nobel Prize confers on an individual an authority which in economics no man ought to possess. This is particularly so because the influence of the economist that mainly matters is an influence over laymen, politicians, journalists, civil service, the public generally. Economists get to shape our thinking about this system that determines so much of our life in very subtle ways. And we use all of us use economic concepts. Everyone will immediately say, supply, demand, I know. But many other concepts too. And we use them without realizing that these are one way of looking at things. And this is the influence of economic thinking in our daily lives and in the ways we organize our society. So I think it's a very central topic. Now, there's very different definitions of this discipline of economists. So I'll give you two different ones. Economists are, answer one, a global community of stewards who investigate the inner workings of these larger systems, economies, help society navigate them, assist in designing parts of them, and monitor their functioning to continuously improve them and avoid unintended consequences or breakdowns. This might be one definition of what economists are. Second one, economists are a global community of social scientists organized around a very particular method, thinking like an economist, strong in quantitative work and rigorous empirical data science, unraveling the dynamics of scarcity and incentives in any area of life, from the coal market to the dating market. I would actually like to see a vote on this. What do you think? What are economists? You can simply vote by putting up one finger or two fingers. And you can put them high. Ah, it's almost a tie. Wow, a lot of one, a lot. Okay, we're at a tie. I'm not entirely sure what I would vote on this. I think currently economists are answer 2. A global community of scientists arranged around a very particular method. But I would want, and this is the vision that is also carried out in this book that I want to present to you in a second, I would like economists to be number 1, a global community of stewards, watching over this system and trying to make it understandable to everyone else, and helping to monitor it for potential breakdown. But right now, it's mostly answer 2. And this is from the research that we did in the Netherlands on the Dutch bachelor programs in economics. And what I've heard from a lot of people in oikos and in Rethinking Economics, different research in other countries, it's quite similar, but I still want to give you the picture from the Netherlands. I have this data. I'm familiar with it. In terms of theory, and this is in bachelor programs, this is in teaching, where the first thinking is shaped. A single approach dominates. So we looked at a range of different theoretical approaches. I think for this project we distinguished between 10 different ones. You can't quite see all of them because the picture is mostly one color. There's one way of looking, neoclassical economics, and within that, of course, there are many different models and many different fields and approaches. But it's a bit like you could imagine going to a restaurant and they give you the menu and they say, oh, what would you like to choose today? And you look at the menu and there is courgette pizza, courgette frittata, courgette bread. Like, we have so much choice. Yeah, but something's wrong here. Seems like everything is a little bit the same flavor. This is the same sense that I got in my economics bachelor, and that I think is in most programs. I don't know, how am I for time? Just keep going. Okay. Well, a little historical digression. Why is it this way? The neoclassical approach was not always so dominant as it is today in economic education and in economic thinking more generally. And it's a little bit of a historical accident that it became to be this way. Right after the World War II, I mean, this is not the whole story, but this is one of the causes. Right after World War II, there were a lot of returning soldiers in the US who had the right to go to college by the GI Bill. And I think this was MIT, where the head of the department said to Paul Samuelson, a brilliant economist, hey, I have this class of 800 engineers and they have to learn economics, and they're finding it quite tricky because it's a social science and it's complex and sometimes fuzzy for them. Can you maybe design a teaching method and a textbook for them? And he did, and he cast economics, according to one of the schools of thought of that day, in a very mechanical sense, because they were engineers. Like this, they understand physics like systems. They will understand very well. And this was a very good textbook, very easy to use, to study and to teach. And this textbook is the starting point of the majority of mainstream textbooks today, just because all these engineers came back from the war and decided to get an economics course. Now, of course, again, it's not the whole story, but I think it's interesting how sometimes a historical accident can have such an influence on the course of history. Second point, in current teaching, it's a world of numbers. So this is the research methods you learn. About half is quantitative analysis, and the other half is also quantitative, but not so much analysis, but the mathematics behind it. And then there's sometimes an elective or a little part of a course where you might learn something about interview methods or case studies or any other qualitative data gathering method. Yeah, so you miss basically what cannot be counted. You miss the structure of an economic sector, which consists of networks, often social networks, which in terms of numbers you can make a graph, but that doesn't really help you to understand the entirety of how a sector hangs together. I think those of you who study business will probably recognize that quite easily. You cannot express an economic supply chain in numbers alone. You have to really understand how it hangs together in terms of organizations and people and technologies. The legal environment and other institutions, also very hard to express in numbers. You can put a number on it, but you'll catch only a glimpse of what it really is. You miss the interaction of economy and ecology, and you miss any and all cultural insights, which, despite the fact that culture is very important foundation of how economic systems work. And then the third thing we found, major findings, is most teaching stays very safely inside the ivory tower of academia. So we looked at courses and we sort of just tabulated, does this course teach only theory and methods? Or does it also tell you something about the real world? Maybe give you an overview of a certain economic sector, the auto industry in Germany. Does it tell you something about economic history? Maybe a particular episode, maybe recent history, like the 2008 banking crisis. Does it tell you something about economic challenges, like the growing inequality in the world? Or is it pure abstraction and tells you very little about what's going on in the world outside? It's still very useful to learn abstraction. That's also one of the great things about university, is that that's a place where there is explicitly space for abstraction. But I think if it's only abstraction, if you don't tie it to reality, it falls a bit flat. Yeah, and these are the results. So 3/4 of the courses did none of this, then half of the remaining did a little bit. Yeah. So basically you can graduate, at least the program I did, and not the program you do here, I think, because at least you have some lectures from Martin Kolmar, who touches upon quite a few topics that we didn't find much of in this research. But I graduated without learning in my program anything about the GDP of the Netherlands. How much is it? They didn't tell me. I could look it up on Wikipedia, but still it's strange that this is not part of an economics program. Similar basic knowledge, our main economic sector, how does the Dutch economy look? What does it thrive on? The biggest economic challenges facing our society today. And maybe a more systemic look. What is this thing called capitalism? The word was never mentioned even in my program. And that's strange, because again, this is a system that shapes so much of our world and even shapes so much of how we interact with each other on a daily basis. In the Netherlands, I don't know how this is here, but even in government, the language of the market has crept into government bureaucracy to such a degree that people who get welfare or people who get any kind of government provision for when you are in trouble, they're called customers. And this is weird because it's not a market transaction, but it's inside our thinking to such a degree, and yet we never talk about it. So, time for a transition in all this thinking. We came up in the Rethink Economic Network, we came up with this project called Economy Studies, which is basically an approach to redesign economics programs from scratch or to adapt existing ones. We have 3 basic principles in there. The first one is pluralism, is the notion that if you really want to understand something, you have to look at it from different sides. You cannot have only one perspective, it will be flat in a sense. You understand something, but you don't understand the whole thing you're looking at. Maybe if you know the story of the blind man and the elephant, who each felt a different part of the animal. One thought it was a wall, because he was feeling the side. Another blind man was pulling something. No, it's a bunch of ropes. It's a tail. Another one's feeling this hard thing. No, it's more like maybe a beam of wood, and it's the tusk. And together they get a good picture. Together they know what an elephant is. But only one individually of them would have a very distorted picture of this animal that they're encountering. And it's like that with pluralism. Real world, you need some knowledge, concrete knowledge about actual economies. I think I don't have to go into that one deeper. And values. We talk about economics and about the economy so much. When you have a political debate, the economy this, the economy that, it's clearly very important to us, but in what ways? Most education doesn't talk about the values that are at stake. They talk about efficiency sometimes, but what about equity? What about sustainability? What about something like justice? The values, the reasons why this is also important to us are never discussed. And this leaves students sort of, unprepared and blindsided, because you put in normative ideas into your work and into your thinking, your proposals. If you're a policymaker later on, if you work at a business, you put in the normativity. But if you never learn to even think about it in a clear and structured way, that's really hard. So we think this should be part, at least in some degree, of every economics course that's taught. And then, in terms of what you actually teach in those courses, we came up with these 10 building blocks, and I will not go through all of them, but it's basically the areas of knowledge that you would need to cover at least a little bit from each of these areas in, let's say, a full bachelor program. But I don't want to go over my time, so I will skip them here. If you want, it's a free ebook, so you can just read it in your own time. And I want to give you one example before closing off of the notion of pluralism, theoretical pluralism. So if we have a topic like global heating, global warming, climate change, I think the Guardian came up with the term global heating, or they said, no, we're not going to call it global warming because it sounds so nice and tropical and relaxing holidays. It's actually a problem, we'll call it global heating. If you really want to understand this, you need more than one perspective in economics. To start with, you would need ecological economics, which is an approach that really focuses on the interweavings, the interactions between economy and ecological systems, and which also dares to think in terms of, for example, planetary boundaries, like the hard limits. You would need something like neoclassical economics, the current mainstream, to understand different market incentives that might be at play here and to maybe design market mechanisms that might work better. You would need institutional economics to understand how fossil fuels are really intertwined with all our existing state, legal and cultural systems. I think I read again yesterday, don't quote me on the source, that per minute there's 11 million euros of subsidy going to fossil fuels every minute, still. Why? I mean, this is because it's embedded in all of our systems, but how? So institutional economics, to understand the institutions. Evolutionary economics, to understand how sectors have changed in the past and how they might change, how new sectors develop. Like, for example, you need clean energy. You can give a tax incentive, but that doesn't suddenly make a sector spring out of nowhere. You have to really understand how something like a longer-term change process like that goes. And this subdiscipline focuses on that. And you would want some economic history to learn more broadly from past transitions and past problems that might be, to some degree, similar. Just one example. We pulled some stuff out of the book into this smaller booklet. I can also send you that. That's basically it. That was my talk. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Joris. Now we'll get a potentially different approach, I suppose, from Professor Kolmar. Professor Kolmar, this is nothing personal. The people in the stream, people running the stream would prefer you to sit.
Okay.
So if that's all right for you, that would be very nice regarding the camera angles.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
Perfect. I would have said anyway. So it's quite challenging for me, I have to admit, because usually, I'm running around, as some of you might know, and so this is, let's see how this will work out. So, but before I get to my talk, I would like to thank you very much for inviting me, for having me here, for being interested in my humble opinion on that, especially because, I consider myself more like, being part of the problem than part of the solution. I'm an old white man, and we know about climate change and the climate crisis for 30 years, and what have we done, what have we achieved, so please don't trust me, Whatever I say, don't trust me, I'm part of the problem. So having said that, the topic of today's panel discussion is what is the economy there for? And of course this is a pretty comprehensive question. Let me see. Fortunately, you sent me a homework assignment that I was able to work on, and basically you asked me 4 different questions. Who are you? Which kind of, brought me back to my psychologist, who am I, actually? And how are you related to this topic? Here I will tell a little bit about my own research. I hope that this is at least moderately interesting. And then, in the third and fourth question, I would like to link my own research on more kind of applied questions. The first one is, what do you, given your background, think are some of the most pressing issues of that topic, and how do you think these issues should be solved? Well, and of course, it's a very comprehensive question again, but I take the privilege, to look at them from my own research angle. And then the fourth question is, well, also pretty, I think an excellent one, because apparently, when we really focus on the climate crisis, the losses in biodiversity and so on, I mean, they are man-made. Of course, we're interacting with the ecosystem. Physics, is basic to all of this, but it's man-made. We could stop it tomorrow, just by changing behavior. Why don't we? So this is really, from my point of view, really a very good question. And I think we can break it down into several aspects, and all of them contribute, to this very strange situation. If you were kind of an alien species, looking at this planet, say, what are these guys doing there? I mean, they could fix it, but they don't. Why? So let's get started. So who are you? Who am I? The problem, seriously, I have no idea. But that is not the the type of question that you want me to answer. So let's take a more pragmatic approach. So let me tell you a little bit about my background, my academic background. So I started as a pretty kind of traditional kind of neoclassical economist. I was educated by some of the leading kind of proponents of this field, and I started my own research with work on the effects of globalization on welfare states. So we had kind of increasingly globalized economies, and then we had nationalized welfare states. They got into competition with each other, tax competition for capital and labor, and the question that I wanted to answer at that point in time, what were the effects, what will be the likely effects of this process of globalization on national welfare states? Well, at one point I realized that the methodology that I was using was kind of insufficient. I mean, the outcome of this research program was kind of okay, but I think I came to the conclusion that I needed kind of much more kind of fundamental underpinning under that. So that was the first time when I felt this sense of unease that became defining for my academic career. So I switched from neoclassical economics to what you called institutional economics, and there I specialized on the analysis of conflicts, especially group conflicts. Still kind of mathematical models to understand the structure underlying conflicts. For several years, this did the trick, so I was kind of, happy with that, and I came to kind of, I came to a deeper understanding of, what drives conflicts, the intensity of conflict, stuff like that. Still kind of, theoretical work, to try to understand that. But then there was, a point when I could no longer kind of ignore this sense of unease that was growing inside of me, and I radically reinvented myself as a scientist. So I went back to the school bench, if you like. So I studied some aspects of philosophy, like ethics, epistemology, ontology. I'll come back to this later, and also psychology, neuroscience. And why? Because I thought, so mainstream economics, be it institutional economics, be it neoclassical economics, is great if you apply it correctly. So I'm not really completely skeptical about this whole approach, but I but I think you have to understand, the potential and the limits of this methodology. So if you want to understand, for example, the effects of the pandemic on the economy, I mean, we're having great tools in our toolbox to understand that. So for these questions, the positive questions, if you like, economics, I think, is an invaluable tool, but it's a tool. When it comes to normative questions, how should we organize our society? I found that this is rather limited and also dysfunctional. So I wanted to understand human perception, well-being, and behavior at a more profound level. This is why I focused on psychology and neuroscience. I also wanted to understand the role of normativity in theories. And I also wanted to understand the intrinsic cracks, the intrinsic inconsistencies within this huge building, theoretical building that we call mainstream economics. But that was not all, because when I continued to study psychology and neuroscience, I found that the model of man that we are using, this utility maximizing creature, has almost nothing to do, with the model of man that you get when you dig more deeply into the sciences that study human perception, human behavior, learning, and well-being. So these two fields are completely disaligned. And so let me try to give you a little teaser on that. And those of you who've been to my lectures know that I like a certain level of complexity and abstraction, and usually I break down under my own complexity. So see me suffering here. So on the left side here, I hope that you can see it as well. But it's only on this one here. So. This circle here, this is a metaphor for mainstream economics. It is based on certain ingredients. So we have some take on the philosophy of science here, which is basically positivism, critical rationalism as a standard, as a philosophical standard to distinguish between good and bad science, between science and no science, pseudoscience. We also have, here we are. We also have a specific take on the creatures that count, that are ends and not only means, and these are only human beings. And I think it's obvious to say that, but I think it should be stressed. We're excluding animals, we're excluding ecosystems. We use them as means in our theories. So they are there for our own desires. So, and this is in a sense, this may seem obvious to some of you, but in fact it's not. Because if we, for example, apply the same standards that we use in ethics, like utilitarianism or something like that, to animals, we have to include them. So we are simply inconsistent, not to consider animals as ends in themselves. So it's a decision that we make. And it's subjectivism. So we take, your expression of your preferences at face value, which is a humble and moderate position. We are not paternalistic. This is how we phrase this, but still it's worth mentioning that. And we have this idea that human beings can be summarized by means of exogenous preferences. And we say, okay, is and ought statements are also different animals. So we cannot assign truth value to normative propositions. So they are just, expressions of our preferences, of our utility, or whatever it is. So we cannot really, in a scientifically meaningful way, talk about normativity. Normativity is out of the picture because normative propositions are scientifically not meaningful. This is important to understand. So all this gives rise to a specific take on society, on a specific perspective of society. And this perspective on society is not self-evident. On the contrary, it is the exception rather than the rule if you compare it to other social sciences, but also if you compare it to other cultures and other, ages. I'll come back to this in a minute. So this is the basic understanding. It is it's a well-adjusted theoretical model. And it tends towards what is called epistemic closure. What do I mean by that? If you if you familiarize yourself with this way of thinking from the inside, everything looks perfectly at its right place. Everything looks flawless. Everything looks self-evident. And that was also my experience. So I studied it very deeply. I invested, a lot of time, into becoming a good economist. And over time, it seemed inevitable to think about the economy in the way we think about the economy. This is what I mean by epistemic closure. It seems self-evident. So if I discuss with my colleagues about, my discontent, they don't get it at first. Most of them don't get it. They think, okay, maybe you're smart, but here you're completely off the mark. Because from the inside, everything feels completely natural and self-evident. Despite it's not, because it only feels like that from the inside. It is like you're living inside of a building, and this building, is surrounded by, all kinds of stuff, but you never leave the building. You say, okay, this is the universe, this is life. You're inside of this building, everything feels natural, but you never leave the building. And other sciences, are in different buildings. And maybe, even some scientists, walk from one building to the other building. And so they have a better, bigger perspective on that. So what I did is, when I reinvented myself scientifically, I sifted through, all the empirical research that I was able to find about perception, well-being, behavior in evolutionary psychology, neuroscience, experimental ethics, sorry about the typo here, and behavioral economics. And what became visible there is what I call a multi-level model of adaptation. So human beings are, from really deepest aspects of their biological selves, adaptive. The job description of our bodies and brains is to adapt into environments. So we're learning continuously. We're learning all the time. We're learning even if we don't want to learn, because this is what our brains are doing. And of course, this is out of the picture in standard economics, because we assume that we are having exogenous preferences. So the picture that you get here is, of human beings that is completely different from the picture that you get in modern economics. And what are the different levels of adaptation that you find? Of course, the genetic structure is pretty fixed, but it starts at the epigenetic level. And then it moves on to the emotional reactions that we have, when we're interacting with our environment. And then we have the cognitive level, what we are doing here at the moment. I talk to you, and you kind of try to make sense of, this crazy stuff that I'm telling you. So we are adaptive on different levels. Survival of a species, survival of an individual is about the ability of the individual and the species to adopt, to learn. And this has profound consequences for our understanding of human well-being, and it also has profound consequences for our view on a good economy. So let me move on. So after several years, I was kind of positively surprised that the picture that emerged from these different fields of research paint a fairly coherent picture about human beings. So it is, you're drowning in research, but in the end, if you allow yourself, to step back a little bit, the picture that emerges is pretty coherent. So it is about adaptability. We are using reason to confabulate. It's not that we're using reason kind of, to find the truth. Naturally, reasoning is a social mechanism. We lived in tribes, and we want to convince other people. We wanted to have high status, and so on and so on. So we're using our ability to reason not to find truth, but to convince other people. And I mean, this of course became apparent, over the last couple of years during the pandemic. All the crazy stories that popped up, and so on and so on. And this is confabulation, just telling stories. I ask you, why are you wearing these sneakers here? And you just tell me a story. Is it true? I don't know. You don't care. You're just going to convince me that you're a smart guy or whatever it is. So we are using our ability to reason to confabulate, to tell stories. And sometimes these stories are in line with reality, sometimes not. But if I don't like some aspect, I just tell a different story. So we are the animal that tells stories. We're using narratives to survive, in a sense. And sometimes, of course, science, for example, is an attempt to use our ability to to narrate, our ability to use reason, to use it in a constructive way. But most of the time, we're just telling stories. So this is what came out of it: adaptability, confabulation, and most of the time, we're not conscious of what we are doing. When we are in an environment with which we are familiar, we are usually offline. We just, I go back home, go to my refrigerator, grab a beer, and forget about this meeting today. I don't know, something like mostly unconscious. Consciousness is the ultimate kind of, is really the default mode of your brain. If everything else goes wrong, consciousness kicks in, and you become aware of what you're doing at the moment. So most of the time, we are offline in this sense. So this is very important, and it's undisputed in other sciences. I mean, this is how human beings are. And this has a lot of consequences for the way we should think about ourselves and the way we should think about the economy and good economic policy, for example. So first, choose your habits wisely. What you do again and again and again and again becomes your second nature. So be careful what you do all the time. If you watch horror movies all the time, your amygdala, the fear center in your brain, grows, and you feel more threatened. So all these things happen. So we have a first nature. We are born with some genetic endowment, but then, we evolve into a second nature. And we can evolve into different second natures, depending on the experiences that we make in life. So choose the experiences that you're looking for wisely. This is something that is completely off the table in modern economics. No, if you're watching horror movies 10 hours a day, this is an expression of your preferences, of your utility. If you ask, I don't know, a doctor, who'd say that's part of your problem. And it is part of your problem, but we need the courage kind of to address these issues. Second, you have to understand the way you feel. So in traditional times, freedom had two different meanings. One is outer freedom, the ability to leverage my interest on the outside world, to get what I want. This is outer freedom. But even, for Adam Smith, outer freedom was only a means towards inner freedom, autonomy, the ability to understand the way you feel and to be able kind of, to develop a personality that allows you to have a flourishing life, not to be, in the terminology of that time, slave of your passions. Autonomy means, to understand, to scrutinize, to shape your own experiences over time, to choose your habits wisely. And the fourth aspect is, and this also nicely links up with what you have said, individual, society, and nature are deeply interwoven. Your conscious self is a story. And where does this story come from? From your culture. It's the Hollywood movies, the Instagram stuff that you're watching. You're surrounded by stories, and yourself is a story that builds on stories. There's nothing idiosyncratic about it. You're just, interlinked with your culture. You cannot step out of culture. And also kind of, it's clear. I mean, there are constant exchange process between me and the outside world. I can just not see them, because I cannot see kind of, the molecules that evaporate from my body and get into my body and so on and so on. So we're deeply interwoven. We're interconnected. So it's about interbeing. And interestingly, I mean, this cutting-edge research that comes from, for example, neuroscience, is extremely in line with very, very old traditions that we have. You find the same ideas in Buddhism, you find them in Taoism, you find them in Confucianism, you find them in the yogic traditions of Hinduism, you find them in Sufism, you find them in ancient Greek and Rome. It's called virtue ethics. Virtue ethics is about, choosing your habits wisely, to understand, to become a master of your own life. Not only a master to manipulate others, the master to make money, but a master to your own life, to develop a second nature that allows you to have a flourishing, fulfilling, meaningful life. So it's all about development. So in this sense, modern economics and also the modern Western view on life is the exception and not the rule. And what we are rediscovering at the moment in psychology, in neuroscience, is that, this is also consistent with cutting-edge empirical research. So we're coming back to where we started. So there are basically two different takes on the relationship between the individual and the state. The modern one that you learn when you study economics or business administration here is the right one. It goes back to Niccolò Machiavelli, and that was the watershed in European thinking. He said, all men are wicked, hunger and poverty make them industrious, and laws make them good. So that is the starting point of this modern idea of incentives. You have your preferences, and if I want you to behave according to my ideas or according to the general good or whatever it is, I have to incentivize you in a specific way. Incentives are the means to achieve, to align individual self-interest with the general good. This is what you learn here when you study economics. There's an older tradition that goes back to Aristotle in Western thinking, but you find it, as I said, in Taoism everywhere. It says, lawgivers make a citizen good by inculating habits in them. And this is the aim of every lawgiver. If he does not succeed in doing that, his legislation is a failure. It is in this that a good constitution differs from a bad one. So it's about allowing you to flourish, allowing you to develop a good character, a good personality, a personality that allows you to have a meaningful, fulfilling life. So the good state is not a state that coerces you into doing something, that incentivizes you into doing something, but a state that allows you to flourish, to develop a personality, to develop good habits that allow you to flourish. And I think we have to get back to this very old understanding of the relationship between the state, the government, and the individual. And it's supported, as I said, it's supported by empirical evidence. And that's really an important point for me to make here. It's not something that is kind of crazy. It's really kind of supported by these sciences. So what does it mean? Well, if you also look through the literature on what is actually good for you, you find the following. Mainstream narratives within a society shape your individual understanding of meaning, well-being, rationality. And they can be dysfunctional. I mean, the most recent scandal about Facebook, about the effects, on young females, of being exposed, to unrealistic, ideas about the body and beauty and so on and so on. This is just a point in case here. I mean, this is what we're talking about. This is highly dysfunctional. We're suffering because we're having unrealistic ideas about, for example, beauty. Second thing is, large-scale changes in behavior can have a positive impact on individual and societal well-being. You can dramatically change the way you are, the way you consume, and in the end, it turns out that you're better off. You're having a more fulfilling life. But the problem is, as soon as you start changing your habits, in the beginning, it feels bad. So you need to trust, that in the end, you will have a more fulfilling life. You have to suffer through this J-curve effect where in the beginning, it feels bad. And we are anxious. We're not willing to do so. We are clinging to our lifestyle, even though we know it's dysfunctional, because we are threatened by the idea of change. But we can dramatically change and even have a better life. So in this sense, for me, the climate crisis is also an opportunity. We can change our lives in a dramatic way, and in the end, maybe, we will have more fulfilling, more meaningful lives. Third, we have to create an awareness of the ways in which we perceive reality. This is the idea of autonomy. So if we are slaves to our passions, if we wake up in the morning and think the way we see reality is the only way we can see reality because it's identical to reality, we are slaves to our passions. We have to start the journey inwards, to understand how my feelings, my desires emerge, what they tell me about myself, and how I can change them over time. This is autonomy. This is real freedom. And last but not least, this has to be supported by a society that is interested in our true self, in our true well-being. So we need safety and security. That is very important here. As soon as we feel threatened, we snap back and become selfish. We need safety, security. We need a sense of belonging and responsibility. We have to be seen. And third, we have to promote external freedom in order to develop inner freedom, autonomy. This also means that we have to change our education system, that we have to educate people in what it means to become autonomous in this sense. And last but not least, we need a list of prerequisites for human flourishing. What does it take? What do we need in order to have a meaningful life? Do we need big cars? No, we don't. But what do we need? And of course, you find something like this in the literature, like, for example, Amartya Sen's capabilities approach. It has to be empirically informed, and it also has to develop as scientific progress gives us an even better idea, a better and better idea about human flourishing. So maybe I should stop here. I've prepared many other slides, but as you know, I could continue, for hours. So let me stop here. That's all for the moment, and now I'm very interested in our exchange here.
So much.
I will move a bit to look back.
Me too.
Thank you so much, Professor Kolmar. Thanks to both of you. I've seen you got a lot of notes, so I think I'll just let you two exchange thoughts. Maybe from the beginning, just for you, Professor Kolmar, as an opportunity. You are the person responsible for a lot of ours, introduction into economy. Now, Joris comes and tells us it's just one-sided. It's not properly done. It can be drastically improved. Do you agree?
Of course I do. You can always improve things. And I have to admit, I told you about this sense of unease. And of course, after the financial crisis, 2008, 2009, and then, the sovereign debt crisis that flooded over to Europe a little later, I was really, I really had a personal crisis because I was standing in front of, 1,700 students every year, responsible, for, your first contact with economics. And I thought to myself, so what do I have to teach you? So who am I, to tell you what economics is? And this is what I meant in the beginning when I said, don't trust me. This is my generation is part of the problem, not part of the solution, apparently. And I don't like to say that, but I mean it. But I think, as I also told you, that economics provides you with a great toolbox. So there are valuable tools that you learn when you study mainstream economics. This is one justification. Second thing is, I have a responsibility for you and for your future careers. And this is also, the beginning, of my assessment lecture. I say, okay, and this is, just to say, okay, I'm ignoring what tens of thousands of other, very, very smart people are doing. And I tell you, the world according to Kolmar, that would be highly irresponsible from my side. Who am I? Who am I? So, I have this limited mind, and there are so many other people who are deeply convinced about the strength of this way of doing research. Who am I to say, let me confront you with my personal worldview? So what I tried to do is to look for a nice kind of blend. To teach you mainstream economics, but to allow you to put it into perspective. To think for yourself about the strengths and weaknesses of these specific theories. Whether I succeed, I don't know. You know better than I do. But this is, my personal justification for standing in front of you again and again, trying to hook you on studying economics.
Yeah. I've read parts of your textbook, of course, and first I would just want to compliment you on how crisp you bring this critical perspective to mainstream economics. I think this is really I've read a lot of sort of critical perspectives on economics, and yeah, you do it very clearly, I think. And the role of a university to open people's minds and to instill critical thinking, yeah, I have nothing but compliments for that. But I do have something else but compliments for the theory that you do teach. So you compared it to a house just now, and you if neoclassical mainstream, if we just for the moment equate neoclassical theory with mainstream economic theory, if that's a house, then what I've seen in your textbook, you build up this house, and then you walk around it with the class, and you take critical notes, and you say, look, this roof is a bit off, and this pillar is sagging, and where is does this house actually have a foundation? What's going on here? And you said, who am I not to teach this house that is being used by tens of thousands of people around the world, and instead teach the world according to Colmar. But I think there's a third possibility, which is to teach, if we stay with the houses, several houses side by side, to say this is the neoclassical house, and it's good for this, and it's not so useful for that, and there's a problem with the foundation, but it's very good here. And then this is the post-Keynesian house, or the institutional, or the evolutionary house, and you have to choose. You can't. I mean, there's a range of different perspectives, and in economy studies we line up 16 of them, and I think that's way too much for an introductory course. But even to have two perspectives sort of equally standing side by side, I think is enough to open people's minds to the fact that not only are there problems with this way of seeing the world, but it's also just one way. And here's another way. And hey, there might be a third way. Because if there's multiple ways to look at things, I can put on these glasses and take them off, and take a binocular and take maybe a microscope for another project. So I would challenge you on, why don't you teach in a pluralist way rather than in a critical, or both even?
That's a very good point, and my honest answer to this is, before I give you my honest answer, let me try to put my honest answer into perspective. So I think what we have to take into consideration when we're discussing these issues is that we are living in an extremely specialized society. So, so what I'm doing, if you look at my whole curriculum, and I don't want to talk about myself because I think this would be also dysfunctional here, but I'm teaching, I have a course on neuroscience at the master's level. I'm teaching economics of happiness at the bachelor's level. I'm teaching a course on philosophy. So I'm really kind of, in a sense, I'm way beyond my narrow field of expertise. So, and when I'm teaching, what I really want to take seriously, to make sure that I'm the expert in the field. And you can be an expert in only so many fields. So I wouldn't feel, and I have to admit, that I'm relatively fast in grasping a new area up to the 80% level of precision. But the last 20 percentage points, this is what distinguishes a good university from a bad university. To really kind of being educated by a person who knows the research frontier. And so I simply can't do it. So and this is an effect of specialization in science and in society as such. And we see, that this kind of, specialization in an expert society like ours, has societal backlashes. At the moment we see this epistemic crisis that we are seeing. There are experts about the pandemic, and in the general public is no longer willing to accept that, or at least some parts of the general public are not willing to accept that. So we have this highly specialized, thing that we call science, and this is kind of alien to this idea, of getting a general perspective on something. So, but I think what you're saying is really kind of, legitimate. It's not only legitimate, it's more, it's necessary, it's important. So we have to rethink the way we teach. We have to rethink kind of, the vessels that we use to teach students. So maybe, co-teaching, bringing together different experts, and kind of, creating this creative mess, where like the two of us are to start discussing things is important. So from my point of view, you cannot solve it at the individual level. Because then you would just, stretch, your field of expertise to a point where you're no longer credible. And this deepens, this distrust the public has towards scientists. But you can solve it by being more creative in creating new teaching vessels. But this also kind of, puts a lot of kind of, responsibility into the hands of students. So you have to be willing kind of, to go the extra mile.
Yeah.
That's my too long answer to your question.
That's a good answer. Yeah. And it's very tricky because trying to figure out what a different economics program might look like, we went through all these different theoretical schools, and you find there's so much of value in radically different perspectives on the same object of study, the economy. And at the same time, science is a man-made institution and subject to all the accidents of history, like Samuelson's teaching book, which has meant that there are simply so many more people with deep expertise in neoclassical economics than you would find with expertise in evolutionary economics or Marxian economics or field theory or field theory you find sociologists who know that. But I think we cannot quite afford at this moment to teach, to have theory taught only by those who are expert in it, if we want to have a more pluralist, educated community of economists in 20 years from now. And I don't want to make it too personal, but if I read your book, for which you had to master 3 separate disciplines to come to this picture, I'd say, mastering these alternative economic approaches to teach them effectively and in depth at a bachelor level, there'll be another year, and you're there. I think there are, and that's the thing. There are also quite good textbooks available now which do this. So there's one I know by a Dutch professor, Irene van Staveren. She wrote this book. It's called Economics After the Crisis. And she systematically uses 4 different theoretical approaches in chapters on every economic topic, from labor to money to households and so on and so forth. And in every chapter she puts out, I forgot which exactly, I think it's neoclassical, it's post-Keynesian, it's institutional, and one more. And then she's like, okay, labor. What does this approach have to say about labor? And this one and this one. Next topic. And it's also an imperfect approach because there are some topics where, let's say, the post-Keynesians have a lot to say, and some other topics where they're really not the best school. So, again, this is an imperfect solution, but with a textbook like that in hand, I think you don't even have to dive in half as deep as you dive in most stuff to still teach, to bring across to students that, hey, there's a very interesting perspective there. I might not be the perfect person to explain it to you, but I can give you the basics, and if it interests you, it triggers you, look for a place where real institutional economics is the focus of their stuff, and go there to continue. You can introduce people and stuff you don't know everything about.
I think we're now at a very interesting point. So let's play this game a little longer, because before today's discussion, we coordinated that we make it a bit more exciting by challenging us here. So and I have a strong opinion on the idea that you're proposing here, and it's not exactly positive. And why is that? So I think, especially here at our university, at the University of St. Gallen, we sometimes have the tendency to only touch upon the surface of things. And then, we act as if we are experts. So we need a culture, where we understand, that deeply understanding a theory requires hard work, really hard work and devotion. So it takes you several, let's talk about evolutionary economics. So let's assume that I would like to include evolutionary economics into my course. Then I need mathematical techniques. Otherwise, it's just, on scratching the surface. I need the mathematical underpinnings, of evolutionary growth models. I need a little bit of evolutionary game theory in order to be able to even talk about evolutionary processes properly at a level, that you deserve at the university. So, and this is hard work. This is hard work. It requires, mathematical skills. It requires conceptual skills, and I'm deeply skeptical, that having 4 different fields right next to each other, 3 weeks for each field, gives you the depth of understanding that is necessary to really understand what you're doing here. And this is a danger in itself, and I think it's a big danger. That we think that we are experts in everything. And we are not. We haven't even scratched the surface of the problem. And especially when you're talking about evolutionary economics, I mean, it's really, the engine under the hood, that you have to be able to understand, is a really complex animal. It's really, of course, this metaphor is a bit, off the mark here, but in machines and animals. But anyways, you know what I'm talking about. So I'm skeptical, that you can do that. At one point, while you're studying something, you have to become serious to really kind of, open the hood and see what's under there. And this takes a lot of time and energy to do that. And so we should not kind of create this idea, that things are easy. 3 weeks of this, 3 weeks of that, and then we move on, and we are experts in everything. This is wrong, and this is dangerous.
Nice. We shouldn't create the impression that understanding something is easy. This sentence stuck with me.
Oh wow! Okay, thank you. So I'm most thankful that you're interested in my health. Okay.
Yeah, we shouldn't create the impression that understanding things is easy. I'm reminded of a quote from perhaps my favorite economist, Ha-Joon Chang. He works at Cambridge, came from a very different part of the world, but he works at Cambridge, and he's what you might call a highly pluralist economic professor. He writes books where he puts all the different perspectives next to each other, and what he said was 95% of economics, because that's his discipline, he doesn't go beyond it, 95% of economics is common sense made complicated. And I think that this applies in particular to the I'm going to invent a word now, mathematization, of the discipline, that it's this idea that it's not real economics if it's not captured in a mathematical formula, then it's just blah blah. But only once you pour it into the form of an equation, then it becomes real economics and real understanding. And I think this is nonsense. I think that for some people who have a very specific type of mind, math is an intuitive language, and the equation is actually the simplest way to understand the mechanism that someone is trying to describe to you. But these people are quite rare. And when you're educating people in our Dutch research came out, 97% of the people who takes an economics bachelor will not go on to do a PhD in it. They will rather become professional economists, maybe in a company, maybe in the government, non-profit sector, you name it. They will not become this type of researcher who needs mathematical modeling skills. So why teach mathematical modeling skills, and why not focus instead on in-depth understanding and, for example, the more philosophical underpinnings, as you do? Why demand that it be cast into math and then say, I can't teach all this complicated math in 3 weeks? No, you can't. Or you might be able to teach it, but people can't learn it. But you don't have to. You want your intuition. That's the core. And that can be put across quite quickly.
I disagree. Because we have to continue playing this game here. Otherwise, it's not entertaining for you. If we agree on too many things here, it would be boring. But let me make an example from a different area. So, as you mentioned, also at the Institute of Business Ethics, and a couple of years ago, I got interested in the ethics of digitalization. For example, artificial intelligence, self-learning algorithms. And of course, there's a very kind of, hot debate, especially at the level of the European Union at the moment, but also in some German ministries about ethical standards to govern artificial intelligence. And so, the guys who develop these technologies have their own ideas about ethics, which are interesting most of the time. And then there are the professional ethicists, and they have no idea about the technology they are talking about. They have no idea, they are clueless. So they are writing also interesting things. So, they are not taken seriously by, the professional developers of the software. And so why is it important to have a mathematical understanding? So for example, one technology that you use in artificial intelligence, for example, for face recognition and so on, are these Bayesian trees. You have a data set, you feed it into the Bayesian tree, and after some time, it is able to detect patterns. And then you can use this pattern detection abilities, to recognize faces or, identify sexual identities of people, you name it, whatever it is. And this is, and if you don't understand, the way kind of, these machines learn, what a Bayesian tree is, for example, or a multi-layered Bayesian learning algorithm, you simply cannot understand, the ethical challenges that come with that. And I mean, our societies become more and more mathematical. Most of our infrastructure today is applied mathematics. All the devices they are using, they are mathematics. So people need a decent understanding of these processes in order to understand, the world they are living in. So don't avoid it. See it as a challenge.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree to you that people devising ethical notions on AI, they really need some math, because an AI is not made like you or me out of physical cells. It's actually made out of math. That's it. Its very bones are mathematics. So if that's the kind of thing you're talking about, yes, you need it. But if your subject of study is human institutions, like the economy, the foundational building block of a human institution is not a mathematical equation.
But maybe I can come up with a different example, that is more focused on economics. So for example, I mean, you talked about supply and demand, the mantra, the totem of economics, And, you say, okay, maybe it's enough just to draw, this picture, on the blackboard, and then you see how different things, change supply and demand, and then you can make nice kind of, you can have nice ideas about the effects of, the pandemic on the economy and so on and so on. But it's not that easy. So for example, one of I would say, the best ways to illustrate the use of using mathematical tools, to deepen your understanding, really to deepen your understanding, not to complicate your understanding, to deepen it, was, when Léon Barra was able kind of to translate, the problem of whether we have an equilibrium in the economy into a question regarding the structure of functions. He goes, okay, it's about the continuity of a function. So he said, okay, let's translate the question of existence of an equilibrium into something that's mathematical, namely, we know that an equilibrium exists if supply and demand are continuous. And they can say, okay, let's now translate this insight back into something that is from a societal point of view interesting. Because it says, okay, when is a function continuous? And it links back, to your behavior on markets. So you can link this question back to say, okay, what do I have to understand about your behavior in order to know whether your demand for behavior is continuous in prices? So it is a back and forth. You wouldn't have come up with this question without this intermediate step, where you put it into a mathematical formulation. So it really deepens your understanding, it enriches something. And then you develop a whole new research area from that. Namely, for example, the study of human behavior. What happens to your demand, if there are slight changes in prices and so on and so on? Can I rely on the continuity of your behavior? And so it is not either or. It is really something, when it went in a good way, where the mathematical formulation of a problem enriches your understanding of the problem, and then you can translate it back into something. But mathematics is not an end in itself. It's a method. It's a tool. And as with every tool, you have to use the tool in the appropriate way. I mean, if you have a hammer, make sure that you're using it for nails. And it's the same with mathematics. So I wouldn't say mathematics is bad or good. It's appropriate or non-appropriate. And of course, there are a lot of ways to use mathematics in an inappropriate way. So make sure not to do that. And I agree with you that, of course, there is a lot of esoterics in economics, like growth theory. I mean, that's really applied metaphysics. This is a misuse of mathematics because it distracts attention away from the real problems. But there are other areas where mathematics is great. I use mathematics because I'm too stupid. And what do I mean by that? I don't get it. If I put it in mathematics, I see my own flaws of thinking. A lot of things are plausible when you put it in prose. So that's my take on that. And
Great.
Yeah.
If I may,
Yeah.
I'm dreadfully sorry to interrupt. We're coming to an end slowly, but I would like to give both of you the opportunity to finish the discussion, like within 1 minute, 2 minutes, just a final statement to conclude what you've been saying. Maybe not too aggressive in the end, so.
Yeah, I don't think we finish. We'll probably continue right after the event. So, to finish the discussion, I would have one final point about mathematics. The analogy just came up that mathematics is much like the technique of playing the violin. I'm very glad that this technique has been passed on from generation to generation over the past 6 centuries. I don't know how long violins exist. And I'm also very glad that nobody tried to teach me the violin, because it's not my talent. And the first 10 years of learning to play a violin are pretty shitty for you, but also for the people around you, and don't serve anyone. But there are some people who should definitely be taught to play the violin, like Leon Walras, in terms of he should be taught to play around with mathematics on economic questions. I just don't think it's a tool for the majority that really serves people if you dive into it only for a couple of years. Then I think language for most people, you obviously have a very strong talent in mathematics, and can see your flaws once it's in an equation. For most people, I believe it becomes much harder to understand a theory once it's in the form of an equation. Yeah, sorry, but that was not what you asked. For closing words, I would just like to say that I tremendously enjoyed the discussion and would want to do what you did right at the beginning, which is to thank the organization for this great event. Yeah, it's really cool to be here for a week in HSG and to experience all this, and it's a tremendously cool event with like really different types of sessions. So thanks Alessandra, standing there, organizing so much in the previous months, and the whole team. Thanks a lot. Great to be here. And thanks Professor Kolmar for this beautiful discussion.
Yeah, so maybe my last thoughts from that. So I think, when we discussed, this event before the event, so the event before the event, we immediately recognized, that we are sharing a lot of views. So in a sense, this was kind of, a way kind of, to make things more interesting. And of course, I share your skepticism in most of the things that you've said. But I also kind of, maybe it's just, a matter, of being older, so we're getting milder with age. So it's also kind of think, there are good and bad things in everything. It's just, the art, and craft of living, and also being a good scientist, to pick the good ones and not the bad ones. And so it's not either or. And I see what you mean. When you think universities are for educating young researchers, the education is completely different from when you think universities are there to educate the general public. And I completely agree with you, that for most students who do the bachelor's, they're interested in getting a decent understanding of, for example, the economy, capitalism, whatever it is. And I think we have to rethink the way we teach economics. Therefore, your book, is very valuable here at this, and it's a critical point in time. And we shouldn't kind of, force our students to need 95% of their resources, to understand complicated math, when you can cut back on that without losing a lot of understanding. We shouldn't do that. that's dysfunctional at the bachelor's level. Maybe later on at the PhD level, it's a different scenario. So universities evolved. Universities no longer only research universities. Universities are there to educate the general public, and therefore, making knowledge more accessible is important, and also, allowing kind of, a more diverse understanding, heterodox ideas and so on and so on. So, as you can see, we agree on most things here. And
Yes,
as you said, thank you very much for having me. It was a great pleasure. It was a great privilege, and I hope that you will in the end all agree that this was a successful event. And I thank Oikos for the valuable work that it's doing for years.
Thank you. Thank you to both of you. We started 10 minutes late, so it's 7:30, and even though we're late, we're not really late. Professor Kolmar, do you still have 10 minutes for...
Sure.
Perfect. Joris, you sleep on my couch. I know you still have time. Please, questions from the audience.
Yeah, I have a question.
You'll get the microphone.
Hello. I particularly found the discussion about the use of math in economics very interesting, and I mean, I have a question. It's not that's regarding to that, and the last Nobel Prize for economics went to, from what I understand, you probably know that better than me, to people who also work a lot with mathematics in economics, and from what I read in the discourse, I have to be honest, it's not my own idea, is that they said mathematics is very, very good in economics because it helps us to get over our own biases in a lot of ways, because of what you mentioned. We are very locked into our own thinking, and mathematics is more of a neutral tool to understand problems. And the main example was that the research about getting a minimum wage is apparently not doing what everyone thought, or maybe not everyone, but what most of the people thought before is, well, it's gonna dampen the economic growth, and well, math showed us pretty consistently that that's not the case in a lot of ways. And so what I'm trying to say is, of course, a lot of people have problem with math, but doesn't that more mean that we should invest more resources in trying to teach people math instead of saying, okay, math is not the way? Because I think from what I see that in economics, is math is a very good way to overcome our own biases and maybe open new ideas. And that's just a last comment. That's, I think, something that we really can get from other sciences, more natural sciences, because if we look, for instance, in medicine, we made huge gains in stopping just to say, okay, whatever we can do, and we're saying, okay, maybe this works or this maybe works not. We got a lot better in treating people when we started to having really a better sense of math and medicine, where we can say, okay, now we have experiments, and we can say, okay, there's a treatment group and there's a control group and whatever, and doing the same thing in economics is probably also helpful to get over our own biases. I hope that's I made myself clear.
And your question is directed to me to?
I mean, mainly to him, but I'm also interested into hearing your own perspective, because I think you.
Would you like to start, or should I start? So it's
I'll start briefly. I agree with you. I think I only wouldn't focus on the word math, but I would say statistical research or quantitative research is tremendously important. Otherwise, you stay within case studies. You stay within. I can't find the word, but I know this situation where it's like this, so it must be like that everywhere. Statistical tests are essential. It's just that if you're not going to run statistical tests yourself, it might not be worth it to get very deep into the mathematics behind all the statistics, because for the majority of people, it takes such a disproportionate amount of energy to master that. And if you're not going to be using it, that time could be well spent elsewhere. But I'm really glad that there's a lot of people who do have a talent in that and develop that talent. Yeah.
Okay, maybe I think it's an excellent question, and I think this year's Nobel Prize really kind of illustrates the strength of the methodologies that we have. Because if you say, okay, this is my supply and demand mantra, my totem of supply and demand, then of course I come to the idea, that a minimum wage, is harmful for the economy. So then the next question is, why should you draw supply and demand like this? And this is exactly, where the Nobel Prize starts. You say, well, so let's look more deeply. Let's sift through the data, and then these guys found, that the demand function, the demand for labor, in the areas in the United States, in the states, where they did their research, were not downward sloping. And then, this helps us, this statistical, this econometric analysis helps us, to go back to theory and say, okay, apparently, our supply and demand mantra is wrong here. What kind of model can I use in order to make sense of this strange behavior? For example, monopsonistic competition or something like that, for those of you who are experts in this field. And then we can kind of, deepen our understanding of the functioning of labor markets in order to get a more comprehensive understanding. So today we know kind of, some of the key prerequisites that are necessary for minimum wages to even increase employment. And we also know key prerequisites, for, minimum wages being harmful for employment. So both cases are possible empirically, and we need an understanding of the key explanatory factors for that. And this is, what the Nobel Prize this year did for us. It allowed us to deepen our understanding, of the key determinants of these effects. And so today we have a much more kind of, much more relaxed, position when it comes to minimum wages, especially when it's the service sector involved, where you cannot kind of reallocate your production to some other countries. This is one aspect. And the second aspect is, okay, there was one applied economist who did this, and the other two ones, both of them being honorary doctorates at our university, by the way, they developed the econometric techniques in order to identify causal effects. And this is mathematics. Statistics is nothing that is set in stone. It evolves all the time, so you get better and better techniques. And this has, of course, to do, with elementary knowledge of mathematics. So it's really kind of important to have this. But of course, your question comes in again. Do we all need to know that? Well, and this is exactly, the question, that puzzles me at the moment. A society, an expert society like ours, depends on trust. You have to trust the experts. If you don't trust the experts, you have to become an expert yourself, which is impossible. So what you're saying is not everyone needs, this in-depth understanding of the processes. Depends on a society that is able to establish a high level of trust. If it's not the case, we are ending up in the mess, that we're observing at the moment, all, these crazy theories popping up, in the internet all the time. This is a lack of trust in experts. So I think we have to, keep in mind, that there is something more to that than, only, expert knowledge. And so it's really the acceptance of experts in society. And this is, of course, at the moment scrutinized by bigger and bigger groups in society.
Thank you. One final question. I don't want to be the one to choose. Alessandra, who do we give the word to?
Thank you. I would like to shift the discussion a little bit from economics to kind of a broader science perspective, touching a bit upon, since we saw the video in the beginning, kind of climate science and kind of modeling involved in that. And we see there's some criticism getting louder that we're really kind of converging into one opinion there and seeing a sort of a similar trend as in economics, that there's only one accepted sort of opinion on how kind of climate should be modeled or climate should be described. And so I'm just curious to hear kind of seeing that economy has kind of gone through this journey already, trying to, with you, kind of contributing great work to this and broadening the perspective again. Is this something that should be tackled early on, kind of, and allowing more diverse opinions, kind of to influence how we frame climate change and the climate crisis? Or would you say that this conversionism within a science can also be beneficial for global collaboration?
Wow.
Yeah.
This
the microphone. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'd be interested in both of your opinions, obviously.
Do you want to start this one?
Yeah, I think it's a very deep question that you're asking, and I'm struggling to give an answer that is sufficiently profound to be taken seriously. So I would say we are talking about two different kinds of convergence here. So if I understand, and I'm not an expert, I'm not a climate scientist, you know, I'm playing out of my league anyways with all things that I'm doing, but you know, if I understand, you know, the kind of convergence that you're talking about in the climate sciences, it's not a methodological convergence, it's more an empirical convergence. You know, we have different, I don't know, simulation models and things like that, you know, and over time, you know, these models become more complex and they're taking in more data. And what we find is, you know, that the different ways kind of, you know, to simulate climate processes, you know, lead kind of, you know, to a more coherent kind of, you know, to more coherent forecasts. So it's a convergence that is mainly driven, you know, by different models kind of, you know, simulating climate processes that converge with respect to their results. In economics, what you're complaining about is that we are converging on a methodology. That would be as if in climate science you have only one simulation model. And of course, you know, this kind of convergence that you're talking about is much more dangerous because then you have this kind of epistemic enclosure and you're always, you know, somewhere between kind of, you know, using the theory to really promote our understanding and ideology. Because you do not allow other people, you know, coming up with different ideas. In the climate sciences, I mean, you know, I think you have more heterogeneity when it comes to that. You have different simulation models and so on, but they are all coming to the same conclusion over time. And this is my understanding. Maybe I'm wrong here, but, you know, this is the best that I can say at the moment. I hope it answers kind of a question.
I have nothing to add, yeah. I wish I could have said it this way, so I'm glad you spoke first.
It's perfect. So thanks to both of you. Thank you, Professor Kolmar. Thank you, Joris. Thanks to the audience. Thanks to the people online. And have a nice evening. The next panel discussion here will be on 1930 with a super international panel. I'm not going to tell too much, but we have literally people from Zambia and Uruguay here, so it's going to be very interesting. Make sure to stay for that, to turn on the computer for that, and thank you. Very nice to see you all here again. I hope you had a nice dinner. I'm super excited for this discussion. Please excuse the slight delay. The connection to Zambia took a little longer, but now we have a connection to Zambia. I mean, it's very nice. We have super interesting speakers. We have Jakob Schwarz, Andrin Munstein, and Precious Kalomwana. All those people will introduce themselves right in a second. Just from the start, let's give them a warm round of applause to welcome them to the conference. Thank you all three for being here. Andrin, please go ahead. Tell us who are you, what's your relationship with sustainability, and then finish that off with what's the most pressing issue you think we face today in context of this new Green Deal, and if it's the most pressing issue, why isn't it solved yet?
All right, yeah, well, first of all, let me thank Oikos as well for the chance of being here tonight. I think it's really cool, and we can't stress out strongly enough how cool it is that so many people, so many students found their way on a Friday night to a panel discussion on a Green New Deal. So I think this is really cool. So yes, who am I? My name is Andrin Monstein. I'm also a former member of Oikos. As I assume most of you, I studied here at the University of St. Gallen, so I did a Master in Business Management with a specialization on sustainable management. And besides, I did the SEMS Masters in International Management together with the London School of Economics. And as some of you might know, also the SEMS Master has a strong focus on sustainability as well. So today I work as a sustainable manager, so those study years are unfortunately already some time passed behind. I hope my English is still good enough. I haven't practiced it enough ever since, but we'll figure out right now whether it's still possible or not. So today I work as a sustainability manager at a Swiss insurance group, and besides I'm also politically involved. So I was the founding president of the Young Green Liberal Party, as we call it in Switzerland, here in the state of St. Gallen a few years ago. And today I'm also in the Kantonsparlament, or a Canton's council, so a state council of the Canton of St. Gallen, obviously here in St. Gallen. So yeah, I think with that being said, I come to your second question. I mean, I think the underlying problem that causes the need for a Green New Deal is quite easily explained. So obviously we are emitting too much CO2, we are emitting too much greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. That causes a global warming, that causes a climate crisis, which is the most pressing issue of today's time, I think, or I strongly believe. So what do we have to do? Obviously, we have to stop polluting. We have to stop burning fossil fuels, and we have to stop emitting so much greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. But the problem, as easy as it's described, and I'm sure I'm not telling you anything new here, when it comes to the salvation of the problem, we face quite a strong complexity. So when I look at the solution for the climate crisis, I like to see it as a bouquet of flowers. And I think really depending from what perspective you look at that bouquet, you look at those kind of sub-solutions, so to say, obviously strongly depending on from what perspective, also from what country you look at it, you have to point out and you have to prioritize different solutions. Nevertheless, I think we need to stress out, or we need to focus on three solutions or sub-solutions with a focus. One is the whole refrigeration. That might sound a bit surprising, but there we have just a huge leverage. If you really bring those cooling systems or refrigerators, air conditionings, and so on, if you bring them to a more sustainable technology, I think there we just have huge potential. The second point I'd like to stress out, or the second field of action I think is really important, is the whole food system, so the way we the way we produce food, also the way we consume food, obviously the way we waste food nowadays, and there we have also huge leverage. And then the third action field is obviously the energy systems, especially with a focus here in Switzerland. I think that's where we have to do our homework within the next years. And with that being said, I think that you can also divide into 3 subparts again. So first of all, we need to rethink our mobility. So from my point of view, I think this will lead strongly through electrification of our mobility, and with a view on today's consumption data, also from much less air travel than we have or than we see today. The second subpart would be the whole buildings. So I think our real estate also need to be much more energy efficient, and sometimes even like self-producing power stations, so to say. There, I think we're on a better way than with the first one. And then, thirdly, as a third subtopic, I think we have to massively extend our sustainable electricity production, our sustainable energy production. And I think, with that being said, or in that regard, solar and wind will be the technologies that win in the first place.
Thank you, Andrin. Not only the problem, but also a 2-layered solutions. I see you came very well prepared. Jacob Schwarz, can you hear us? Jakob? Jakob Schwarz, can you hear us? Otherwise, I will go to Precious.
Nope, I can hear you now. You were on mute until this point.
Thank you. Jakob, please, you also give us a quick introduction about yourself. How do you relate to sustainability? What is the most pressing issue you see we have today, and why isn't it solved yet?
Just for context, I understand Andrin has already introduced himself?
Yes.
Okay, cool. No worries. So good evening. Thanks for inviting me to this discussion, and thanks for participating. To all of you, Jakob Schwarz, I'm a member of parliament of the Green Party in Austria. I'm originally a physicist and climate researcher by training, and also a McKinsey alumni. I also lived 3 years in Geneva, Switzerland, for this purpose. I ran for the Green Party in 2019 to help accelerate the pace at which Austria is tackling the issue of climate change. Because, as in many countries, the pace at which we were tackling it was too slow. The context of the time and the election was that in 2017, the Green Party suffered a heavy loss of public support in Austria, and the Greens have been kicked out of parliament. And 2 years later, in 2019, when I ran, not only did we managed to get back into parliament, we achieved the best election result in the history of the Austrian Greens. And we also managed to form a governmental majority together with the Conservative Party and internationally relatively well-known Chancellor Kurz, and negotiated also a governmental program with a, as I see it, very ambitious and transformative climate agenda. And now, being responsible for budget and taxes in the Green Group, I have the honor to help realize some of the core components of this climate agenda, particularly everything related to budget and taxes, and particularly a carbon pricing scheme, which has been presented 2 weeks ago, and the associated laws and directives will be published next week. And if everything works out, we'll go through Parliament by the end of the year. That's all about me for now. I might add some of my thinking on the most pressing issues. I think climate change for me is definitely both the most fundamental and the most pressing issue of our time, if not our generation. I think that on a more philosophical note, the underlying problem is a presence of negative externalities in our economic system, and also how badly our economic system can handle externalities, and also the existing global governance handles negative externalities. So that means, for me, it's described basically or simply as it's still profitable for two parties to close contracts on the expense of a third party. And that can lead to a whole range of environmental problems, including climate change, but also other problems like vaccine hesitancy or antimicrobial resistance are issues that are associated with externalities. I think climate change is the queen, if you want, of all problems of externality, because there's almost no relation between what an individual does in terms of mitigating personal greenhouse gas emissions and the adverse effect climate change has on that individual. So I can stop eating meat, driving, flying, consuming carbon-intense products, and it might have a positive effect on how I feel about it, but it has almost zero effect on how likely I'm going to be hit by global temperature increase, extreme weather events, or sea level rise. And that creates a strong problem of incentives, and it's one of the reasons why we are in this deep hole that we are trying to get ourselves out of.
Okay, thank you, Jacob. Precious, did we lose you? Precious is from Zambia, so we need to have a little understanding with the internet connection. I see an F there. Florencia, is that you? That would be our connection to Uruguay. It is. Florencia, hello, can you hear us? You're on mute.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, Florencia, how are you? It's a pleasure having you here.
So, thank you for having me. So, my name is Florencia. I am a member of Friday for Future Uruguay. And as I imagine you already know, Fridays for Future is an international organization, and we are trying to fight for politics that prevent the climate crisis and prevent climate change. So that's what we do here in Uruguay. Even today, we have a global strike because we couldn't do it like last month. So today, we're having that one here in Uruguay.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. What do you think is the most pressing issue within the climate change chapter that we are facing today?
Right. So as a team, we believe that the most pressing issue is fossil fuel, of course, and of course injustice and differences between opportunities that people have for social injustice. But here in Uruguay, we are very lucky because we don't have fossil fuels and we don't use that much. Our energy is completely sustainable. It has been for a few years. But I do think that in a global scale, fossil fuels is the most pressing issue.
Did I understand you correctly? Social injustice, did you say, as the most pressing issue?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That and
Andrin's statement in the beginning was that the most pressing issue is CO2, just the problem itself. How would you respond to that, given your unique perspective?
Well, I would say that CO2 is one of the many greenhouse gases that we have to be concerned about, but it's not the only one. So we have methane, and I think it's not something with nitrogen. I can't remember the name, but there are a lot of different greenhouse gases. So I think we have to consider everything, not just carbon dioxide.
Okay, thank you. Andrin, would you like to respond to that?
She's absolutely right. I mean, we're talking about greenhouse gases in general. Obviously, CO2 is the most common one, but it's also like the, let's say, the weakest one of the all greenhouse gases. But so, if I understood her correctly, I think we fully agree on that. Yeah. So we have to reduce the whole level of greenhouse gas emissions, not only CO2, obviously.
Why is social injustice not your most pressing matter?
I mentioned before that I see the solution for climate change as a bouquet of flowers. And I also mentioned that I think it really depends from what perspective you look at those flowers. And of course, her perspective from Uruguay is a really different one. And so I think there's nothing I have to like speak against here. So of course, if you live in South America, also like rainforest protection, for instance, is another measure that makes a lot of sense and which is really important in order to tackle climate change. Obviously, here in Switzerland, that's something else. So we don't really have rainforests, so it's harder to protect it, at least locally. But I mean, you can put the discussions like on many other paths. Also, I think when it comes to gender equality, to women's and girls' education, I think that those are also very strong fields of action where you could have a huge impact on the climate as well. But obviously, here in Switzerland, those are probably a bit less pressuring than in other countries in the global south.
Thank you. Jakob, do you have something to add? Climate change was your most pressing issue. Now we have social injustice. Do you also say that both should be balanced? Why is it not on top of your agenda?
Thanks for giving me the chance to also respond to this. I just wanted to tell you that currently your video is on standstill. I don't know whether you can do anything about it. I can see Florencia relatively well, and I hear you well, but I don't see the picture moving. I think that, I mean, also understood, Florencia, that climate change is a key issue. From what I understood is that social injustice is one of the problems related to it, and we need to be careful when tackling climate change that we don't do it in a socially just way. And climate change itself has a terrible effect on social justice, because those who are most responsible for the climate problem are the least affected, and the other way around. So I think the two problems are strongly related, but I would approach it from a mitigation perspective. And from a mitigation perspective, it's key that if we have the goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and it's one of the things that I think the three of us agree with, then we have to see what's the most effective way to reduce CO2 emissions. And then that's another point where social injustice plays a huge role, because, for instance, I think carbon pricing is a key tool, a key instrument to reduce CO2 emissions, but carbon pricing has a completely different effect on people with low income than it has on people with a high income. And one of the key concerns for us in Austria when we introduced this carbon pricing scheme was to look at the effect it has on poor people and how we can mitigate the negative effect it has on them, and how we can redistribute the money we gain for the budget from the carbon pricing and give it back to the people in a way that poor people have the ability to, and have the time to change their mobility schemes and also their heating technology, such that it actually can have an impact on the CO2 emissions. Because if they, I mean, it's very hard for some people to change their heating system if they don't have the euros for it. And then there's also no positive effect on climate if they don't reduce or change their heating.
Thank you. I think we have quite a unique opportunity here with such an international panel. If Precious comes back, we'll also ask her about it. Florencia, what do you do specifically to fight climate change, fight social injustice, and how do you think we, Switzerland, and or Austria can learn from what you're doing?
Right. Okay. So the first part of the question, definitely climate activism has been helpful, not only talking about politics, but also from mental health for me, for example. So, and I think that's very important because, especially here in our country, mental health is not a very important issue. So there's that, but also we have already managed to create like a department in our government that is solely and completely focused on climate change and the environment, and it's entirely made of young people instead of politicians. So I think that's one of our biggest achievements, and we're just trying to work together with our government to do that. I'm not exactly sure about the politics that you have there in your country, but I do think that having young people and teenagers or even 20-year-olds involved in decisions, in political decisions, is very, very important because it is our future.
Thank you. Thank you. Jakob, what's your take on that?
I mean, personally, I'm very grateful to how the climate movement developed and activism developed over the course of the last 5 to 10 years, because it helped us basically. Our election win, our gain was not entirely, but to a very large extent due to young people being on the street and creating a societal pressure to start the change. And I think it also made it harder for lots of people. I mean, still the majority, I think, of people, and something that you experience every day as a politician, is very reluctant to make changes. And they have become more quiet. In the past, it was very hard to introduce green policies because people, I mean, this kind of majority of reluctant people was very loud and complaining. It's a bit harder when you have young people fighting for their own future on the street to stand up and say, I don't care about it. I want, I don't know, cheap fuel for my cars and for my heating. So these voices have been dampened, and that also helped us to write a relatively aggressive climate agenda and also implement it in the governmental program. In terms of so the Green Party traditionally in Austria, but also globally, as far as I know, I'm a bit involved in the European Green Party as well, is relatively participatory in its approach to politics. However, I also learned that the way power politics works, it can be difficult and sometimes counterproductive to involve a lot of people. Sometimes it's surprisingly, I didn't know this before. It helps to have just 2 or 3 people involved in the core negotiating team that tries to push through policies, particularly when you govern with a conservative party like we do. Power and how you use it is a very, very key question. Sometimes it helps to involve the street participants and stuff, and sometimes it helps to close the room and do it in a small group of people.
Okay, thank you. Andrin, in the beginning you mentioned a very specific solution, 2 layers, 3 subgroups each. Now, Florencia is more of a, we mentioned climate change, social injustice and mental health.
Yeah.
Do you think when tackling climate change specifically, is it important to cover all the topics, also include mental health, include social justice with your bouquet? You should cover it equally, or should you focus to actually make an impact, or does it not matter? Can you focus on everything equally?
And sorry, maybe could you repeat your your structure for us, because we haven't been able to hear it before.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not sure whether I gave a real structure there, to be honest, but I pointed out some fields of focus I would recommend to go on first. So I mentioned refrigerations in the first place, the food system in the second place, and the energy systems in a third place. But before that, I kind of introduced the solution of the example of a bouquet of flowers with, of course, many kind of part solutions that kind of pay into the holistic solution then after all or in total. And I also mentioned that it kind of depends from what perspective you look at that problem-solving set, so to say. So to get back to your first question, I think, of course, a holistic approach is of huge importance, especially because it depends on the perspective you have on the whole or underlying issue. However, of course, it does make sense to see where the big leverage is located at and to tackle that first. So to go for the low-hanging fruits first, and especially for the big, fat, low-hanging fruits in the first place. And I'm not sure, yeah, probably mental health. I mean, I don't want to argue that it's something of big importance, but when I think of the technical path to solve climate change, which is quite a hard one, to be honest, I'd say mental health is not the first thing that comes up to my mind. But then again, I obviously agree that we have different perspectives here, only given by the locations we live at.
Okay, thank you. Florencia, did you hear everything? Would you like?
What I would like, yes, I would like to add something. For instance, here, I think as a country, of course, we have some responsibility for the climate crisis, of course, but we are such a small country, and that's why I think mental health is very important, because we feel the impotence of being a small country and not being able to make a difference in politics, international politics, or I don't know, bigger countries' politics. And I think that's what I was trying to convey when I talked about mental health.
Okay, thank you. I think before we take the opportunity to open the panel up for discussions and questions from the audience, maybe one final input. The topic of this panel is, what is the Green New Deal our society needs? So maybe 4 or 5 minutes each. What is the new Green Deal our society needs? I think it will be interesting to have all the different perspectives, and then also the audience can challenge the points that have been made, ask questions. So please, Andrin, would you like to go first?
Yeah, of course. I fear that I repeat myself, so I'll try to phrase it differently. So again, I mean, when we talk about the Green New Deal, it's something we have to bring in globally. So if we really want to go net zero, and net zero means zero emissions, 2050, or to put it in other words, to limit global warming well below 2 degrees, we need everyone, we need every country, we need every participant in the economy. So basically, with that being said, we need every single one of us. So I think from a Swiss perspective, probably Jakob also from a European perspective in general, I think, as I mentioned before, I would strongly recommend to focus on the energy systems. So we need to make sure that our way of travel, our mobility, it becomes different. We need to internalize the external costs we're causing through our mobility, through our consumption at all. But first of all, with our mobility, so we need to electrify our car fleets. We need to limit our air traveling by a lot, actually. We need, again, our buildings to become energy friendly, to become just more sustainable in general. And then we need to really increase massively our energy production, so our renewable energy production. We need to make sure we have wind also in Switzerland, and then if you have a look at the policies in place in Switzerland, it's almost impossible to build wind farms, for instance, but also solar. I think we definitely do have more potential. We also need to talk about the storage of energy, and I think there again in Switzerland we have a very lucky position with just with our landscape, with the Alps. There we have possibilities to store energy also in a big place, especially with water, which already contributes, I think, around 60% to our electricity mix today. So from a Swiss perspective, that's what I would tackle first on a global scale, so to say. But then if we break that down to an individual level, of course, we can also impact the climate a lot just by the way we consume. So more is not always better, especially when it comes to food, for instance. We have huge leverage, so plant-based diary, less food waste, of course. Yeah, but that goes down to every area of consumption where we just can impact on a personal level the whole issue and tackle that together. Yeah.
Thank you, Andrin. Florencia, what do you think? What is the Green New Deal that our society, may that be globally, with a recommendation for Switzerland and Austria, or Uruguay needs? What's the Green New Deal that we need?
Right. So of course, I do think that energy is like very, very important. But as I said before, 98% of our energy sources are renewable here. So I don't think that's very, very important for us. However, we do have a big issue with waste management. And I do think that reducing the amount of plastic or any other waste that produces greenhouse gas emissions is, of course, the main focus for us as a country.
And more globally speaking, what do you think society, as a human society, what's the Green New Deal we need?
Right.
Give us a second, the connection
is
a little off, you might have to repeat that.
Globally, fossil fuel, fossil burning, and sorry.
Florencia?
Yeah.
I think now it's
Okay,
better. Can
now?
you repeat that?
Yeah, of course. So, globally speaking,
We're struggling to a certain degree with the connection. I'm horribly sorry to interrupt you here.
Maybe Florencia, you can turn off your video as well. Can you try this? Maybe it's faster.
Yeah, how about now?
Perfect. Much better. Thank you. Please.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so what I was saying was that I do think that globally speaking, fossil fuels and fossil burning is the main thing. And of course, transport and the emissions that we generate because of that. And also consumption, like, I don't know why we think everything has to be disposable. And I think that's a very, very important issue, and we shouldn't focus on things being easier. Like, not every, the most important thing for me would be our consumption system, for example.
The example part was cut off. Can you hear us currently?
Oh no, it wasn't an example, sorry. For example, and that was it.
My bad, I'm sorry about that. No, thank you for your input. Maybe finally, before we open up the discussion for the audience, Jakob, your opinion, the Green New Deal we need, what is it?
I also wanted to say one word on the issue of mental health. I think that in terms of how effective you can tackle climate change, it's a key issue. And I think for a long time, the experience that people might have in Uruguay is an experience that every climate concerned person had over the last decades globally, also in the West or the global North. I think, the seriousness of the issues is known for a long time, and political activity has been very low. And I think it has been very, very frustrating for many people that have been involved in it. Limits your effectiveness of tackling it. So I think it's key to give people a voice and an ability to start being effective, because else people just get frustrated and stop acting on climate change. And I think the Fridays for Future and the mobilization of young people has been a strong tool and instrument to channel a concern and an anger about how things are, and it also led to changes in policies. So I think, and that helps mental health again. So I think it's a key issue. And as a climate researcher, I've been confronted with massively deteriorating mental health of scientists, climate researchers, because of what they've been dealing with in terms of what they find out about how climate is changing, and what the consequence of it of the knowledge that they try to spread to policymakers is in politics, which was zero. And additionally, they were under attack by climate deniers and similar negative experiences. So I think it is a key issue in this whole complex environment of climate change. In terms of policies and instruments that need to be brought to use in order to tackle climate change, I think the bouquet of flowers, we call it a set of instruments in our policies, is key. You need there's not one tool that you need. There's kind of a whole set that ranges from all the way to mental health, actually. So there's a very wide range of instruments you need. But I think a key element that every set of instruments, a key instrument that you need is carbon pricing. Just because somehow you need to give the signal that what you're doing is causing a cost on everybody else, and if you don't pay it, somebody else is going to pay it. So I think it's really a fundamental element to create an effective mitigation scheme. And this is even more important the more market-oriented your economy is, because it's a key failure of these market economies. And the pricing actually is kind of some sort of fixing of a big issue. And also, if you look at the most famous example of a Green Deal, the Green Deal of the EU Commission, it has a wide range of policies, but some of the key elements are carbon pricing related. So the emission trading scheme, the ETS, is going to be changed in a way that it materializes higher prices. At the moment, we have 60 euros per ton. And they're going to remove some free certificates and other measures in this Fit for 55 package that will lead to much higher prices in the European emission trading scheme, which is key for the industry to decarbonize. Secondly, they're going to set up a border tax adjustment scheme, which means every imported ton of CO2 is also going to have a price, not just locally within the EU, but also, steel that's imported from China has a footprint, the carbon footprint, and that's going to be taxed, so priced. And the third thing is that the EU plans to extend the European emissions trading scheme from industry and energy, where it is currently limited to, and extend it to mobility and housing, which again is going to be a difficult task, because it's going to affect much more the issue of social justice. You get down to households, not just big companies. And that's going to be a difficult thing. And the last thing that is pricing related that the Commission is doing is an overhaul of the energy tax directive. Maybe some of you are familiar with the fact that national governments can't change the fact that aviation isn't properly taxed. So the kerosene and aviation fuel is free from tax. And one of the reasons is an EU directive that exempts this types of fuel from taxation. And this is going to be overhauled, and it gives us also on a national level the chance to start taxing aviation stronger. At least that's my hope, because we don't know yet what's going to be in it. I've been relatively long, but maybe can I add one more thing on what we do in Austria? We've been introducing this carbon pricing. Something I'm really proud of is, because it was more or less my idea, something I fought for, is that we take all the money we get from the CO2 pricing scheme, and we redistribute it directly to the people, and we redistribute it with as a lump sum. So every Austrian, and that includes people that are not having the Austrian citizenship but live in Austria, will get 100 euros minimum per year, and independent how rich you are and how much CO2 you emit. And that means that if you have a low carbon footprint lifestyle, you retain more of these 100 euros. And poorer people typically have a lower footprint, so they retain more of this 100 euros, and richer, more carbon intensive lifestyles will eat up this 100 euros, and you basically pay a price. And that's a scheme. I think it works, that will work relatively well. I'll see how the reception of it will be, but I think it's one of the one of the more innovative pricing schemes in Europe. I just wanted to add, apart from the pricing, because I've been focused in it, I think there's three areas where pricing is not going to help. One is the heavy industry needs to be transformed. It's a sector that's hard to decarbonize, particularly steel, cement, glass, and some other chemical sectors, because of the way the carbon emissions are generated. They are part of the process. They come out of the process. It's not due to energy use. It's really part of the core production process of cement and steel. And we will have to invest heavily in these industries to get them out of their carbon emissions, because we will need steel also in the future. Similar, but also still different in mobility. The problem is the pricing, the price elasticity is very low in mobility, so people don't stop driving their cars just because you add a carbon price. So you need to also cut on the emission standards of cars, which is the EU is doing it. It means you need to kind of force electric vehicles into the market, because this is a more effective way than carbon pricing. And the third thing is in the heating systems, many people are too poor to change the heating system, so you need heavy subsidies to get people to change their fossil heating systems. So that would be kind of a range of instruments that I think are needed.
Okay, thank you, Jakob.
So, sorry for being long.
No, don't worry about it.
Well,
thank you, Jakob. Thank you, Florence. Yeah, André.
Well, I'm actually very surprised, because I agree with the path Jacob just described to a really large extent, and it's especially from a liberal point of view, from a green liberal point of view, that the solutions or the path he just described was exactly the one we pushed for decades now. Unfortunately, in Switzerland, we just had a vote on a so-called CO2 law, which was unfortunately rejected, but it was exactly what we proposed. So heavy carbon pricing and then redistribution to the population back. I just wanted to point out that I think from the position we're standing now, so it's 2021 already, and we're really running out of time, those carbon pricing must be really strong to make sure we set the right incentives. So I think if you really want to tackle that issue appropriate from now on, we kind of have to move our economy, so to say, to what we saw in a war economy during World War II. I think that's the only way we really make it. So from now on, to go back to the technological path I was on before, I think from now on, when we just talk about machines, every new machine we buy, every machine we replace, every building we rebuild must become energy efficient, must become sustainable, must be based on green energy. Every new power plant we put online must be sustainable and renewable, of course. And I think if we don't manage that, we're out of the game. And that's why I think, even from a liberal perspective, that zero pricing you just promoted must be really strong in order to make sure we come back on path.
Thank you, Andrin. Before I close and open to the discussion, Florencia or Jakob, would you like to answer something to that? Otherwise, we'll open the discussion for the audience.
Maybe a small thing. Actually, I agree with what Andrin just said. One thing on what Florencia said before. I think that on plastics, I think that climate is the most kind of fundamental and pressing of all the waste problems we have. But generally speaking, I think we need to transition from a linear to a circular economy in all areas, and that includes other materials. So climate is basically just the carbon-related value chain that needs to be made circular. But also the same is true for many material flows. We at the moment we are digging out resources, making products of it, and then dumping it. And this has to change. We need to get into a system where we use the waste and use it as a new resource. And actually, in that sense, I agree with Florencia also on plastics. Some of it actually, I just learned 2 days ago, has a huge impact on also emissions and carbon footprint to be more circular in the way we using, I don't know, use recycled steel, for example, instead of new steel. It has a huge impact on CO2 emissions.
Okay, thank you to all three of you. Let's just take the opportunity. Thank you for being here, all three of you. Let's give them a round of applause.
Pleasure. Thank you.
And now we have the opportunity to make this a conversation between all of us. The microphone is right over there. Please raise your hand if you have a question.
Hi, can you hear me? So actually I have a question for Jakob directly, because I think the solution which you proposed, which you said that you followed up on it, and you're kind of proud of it. I think it's a good approach, because it's important to tackle these issues with these kind of solutions. But you said it's supposed to alleviate a bit of the social inequalities, right? Because you're benefiting, let's say, less advantaged people or poor people for emitting less carbon. But I feel like it probably would result in the opposite, because it's until now living on a low carbon level, or let's say eating vegan, not traveling with carbon intensive methods or transport means, is still very expensive. So it is hard for poor people to choose these options. On the other hand, for rich people, it is very easy to choose these options, and they even get a benefit for it. So it seems to me, from the very surface level, that it's more like supporting the rich people, not really supporting the poor people, because it's either they take the extra money for, let's say, vegan products, if we stay with nutrition, or or take the money they get for having a low footprint. So this is my question. Don't you think that it, from another perspective, also fuels inequalities?
I mean, I will take a top-down approach first, and then see whether we can look at specific examples to have a more example-based, bottom-up look at the whole thing. From top-down, you're changing the relative price of kind of clean and environmentally and climate-friendly behavior and technologies versus the other technologies. So essentially, what should happen if the carbon pricing is appropriate is that choosing between the different options is going to be neutral to your household budget. The problem is that you achieve this neutrality by increasing the prices of what has been cheap now, and that's so we solved one problem, which means it's not more expensive anymore to live climate friendly. but you create another problem, namely that poor people can't afford either of the two. And that's why you need to redistribute the money and give them back at least as much as they will pay additionally in carbon pricing. And that's exactly what's happening. So in our case, the sum is set up in a way that, particularly if you're in the lower quarter of, in terms of income, you get more money than you need for, even if you sustain a completely carbon intensive lifestyle. But if you manage to change, which now is basically from an economic perspective equal, you're increasing your household income. So generally speaking, I don't expect the effect that you're talking about. There's some specific problems where something like this can happen. For example, when you talk about housing and heating, because it's easier for rich people to change their heating system than it is for poor people to change their heating system. And that's why you have to complement pricing schemes with other tools. And we have, at the same time when we introduced this carbon taxation scheme, we also introduced a new subsidy for changing heating systems that is specifically targeted to poorer or low-income people, where we cover almost or essentially 100% of the cost of changing your heating system. So in this area, it's, I think, covered. Another area where sometimes it can be difficult is old cars for poor people that are used for traveling to work, for commuting, because you can't stop working, then you have even less income. You can stop other rides and reduce them, but you have to go to work and you can't afford a new car. So for this aspect, we've also included an element, namely that the more rural you are, the less public transport you have available, the higher this kind of lump sum is. That's the only dependency in the lump sum that we created, and it helps people that are depending on commuting with fossil fueled cars to cover their cost.
Okay, thank you. Just a very quick follow-up before I hand it over to the others who have questions. The problem I have with this system is I feel like giving a money incentive to rich people doesn't work because, rich people can probably or have a bigger leverage on solving the issue, but giving them 100 euros or let's say 300 euros per year won't change their habits, right? It's just an extra pocket change they get. And I want to refer back to that very omnipresent tax the rich slogan on social media, which in my opinion has some truth in it, up to that extent where you can't harm rich people when you don't take away something from them and just not give them not as much as others. So yeah, maybe. But
I have to quickly respond one more time to this. So I think you're contradicting yourself a little bit here, because of course the pricing has creates a lower relative pressure on the rich people to change, and also the 100 euros more or less doesn't impact them much. But you also said that they have an easier time to substitute, and that's exactly true. So they need a lower incentive because it's also easier for them to get out of the CO2 trap. And that's why a small incentive for rich people is basically sufficient to get them out of the trap for most of their emissions. And because they have, like the upper 10% have 4 times more emissions than the lower 10%, CO2 pricing, when you have the right redistribution mechanism, which we have, is a additional tax for rich people. So the CO2 emissions by itself, in absolute terms, is financed to a large extent by high-income individuals, and only in relative terms, relative to the household income, it's heavier on the low-income people. But by giving back a lump sum, you actually make sure that the absolute and relative impact is higher for high-income individuals. It's really that's why most economists support it. It's really, I think, a very smart system. It doesn't mean that pricing is the solution to everything, but it is, I think, an absolute necessity.
Thank you. Maybe wait with the question for Florencina, because But please, the next one.
Okay, I actually have one from a participant who's joining online. And he asks, as nice as the Austrian CO2 carbon pricing policy is, it is still far below the price required to make significant change. Is the price at 35 euros only due to the coalition with the ÖVP, or do you seriously think the price is high enough?
Somebody has strong insights into the interior politics of Austria. So, of course, I mean, I'm a climate scientist. As I said before, I think pricing is not the only tool. You have to have a whole set of tools. It's not possible to solve the issues through pricing alone. But pricing is a necessary tool. That's how I look at it. But even as a necessary tool, you still need a higher price to actually create the incentives. But then again, I mean, higher prices are still not a problem for rich people. They become increasingly a problem for poor people. So also on the, how high you price the carbon emissions, you need to be careful. The key is really how do you redistribute the money, but definitely the amount have something to do with who we needed for the majority in the parliament.
Well, if I just have a... Okay, no, okay. Go on to the next question, of course.
Hi. I want to address a point which both Andre and Jakob touched on, and it was called externalizing the carbon cost. And that's, for me, a very, very big issue because, as most of you understand, most of the commodities and products that are used in USA and Europe are not produced in USA and Europe. And that means that most of the production happens in the developing part of the world or the global south, yes? Now, the European Green Deal talks about carbon emissions to a net zero, but I'm not sure if it has a mechanism for accounting for all the externalized costs. Jakob did mention the internalization of the emissions for steel and chemicals, right? But that just constitutes a very small percentage, because when you look at food and fashion and textiles, they are huge emitters. And the problem with them is that when a company also produces their CSR reports and says that, we have a track of the LCA, we have an LCA, life cycle assessment, and we know what is emitted, it's only for the first degree of supplier. And as you understand, these are very complex supply chains, and they go to 4 or 5 degrees of suppliers. And as I have studied a little bit of the European Green Deal mandate, and I didn't see anywhere these companies being obliged to internalize their carbon costs. So basically, if they're emitting nothing in Europe, they could say that they're net carbon zero and they're complying with the EU deal, whereas they are actually emitting quite a lot, which nobody tracks. So is there this conversation that ever takes place when you, as politicians, talk about the EU Green Deal, you talk about net zero? Does this externalizing factor, not just for steel, but for commodities and products, does that come to the table?
Do you want to go, Jacob? Do you want me to go first? Okay, well, as you know, we're not part of the EU, so we also don't have a big stake in the European Union's Green Deal. But I mean, your question is a really good one, because there is an immense and huge complexity within those questions. When it comes to the internalization of external costs, I think that's, correct me if I'm wrong, Jacob, but I think that's one of the big discussions going on. Who's actually paying, and where do you account the emissions in the big life cycle, or in the big cycle of the product? If you have the whole value chain, I mean, obviously, I think one part or the European Union will do is carbon border taxes, so that you just also to protect the own industries, of course, from other countries where maybe like economic or ecologies policies are not as strong or as strict as in Europe. But besides that, I think there's many unsolved questions still on the table. Did I get that right? Jacob, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is a huge problem, has a lot to do with how our value chains have been globalized. The problem that I see a little bit also from a green perspective is that, of course, so I think one way to tackle it is through global climate treaties and global governance, which is by itself one of the biggest problems for why we haven't been able to tackle climate change, because the global governance is not working. It's dysfunctional. I mean, you know, we have these COP meetings every year, and they show some improvement, but in reality, you would need a serious. I mean, as you tackle Corona in a national country, it's the way you would need to tackle climate on an international level. It's basically a governance failure of tremendous and historic proportion. That's how you could approach it, but that's theory, I would say. In practice, the problem is you can't put the pressure from Europe and the US on these countries, because it has also this kind of developmental and economic aspect. So China has made a lot of its race against poverty success based on supplying goods and services, mostly goods, to Europe, and basically profited from being the workbench. Now, if you kind of try to force them to be cleaner and stuff like this, it's a bit difficult. So even when you do something like CBAM, like this border tax adjustments, you need to be careful about the effect it has on poorer countries. So I think, and then technically it's very complicated. So I think it's okay to start with cement and steel, and I think a few others, the way they try to do it now. What I do notice is that I mean, what it does is, at least, so we are introducing carbon pricing all over Europe increasingly, and hopefully also increasingly stronger than we do it now in Austria. And the key issue is not to even encourage and accelerate the carbon leakage, basically the movement of companies and production into other countries, because it would increase this imbalance, the gray emissions, as we call them, or consumption-based emissions. One development I see, though, is consumption-based consumer awareness. So I see that consumers are willing to pay a premium for climate neutral products, and this starts materializing in the global value chains. For example, BMW just announced a huge deal with H2 Green Steel. It's a steel manufacturer from Sweden who's producing climate neutral steel. And they do that because they know they get a premium for climate neutral cars, particularly once you move into full electric vehicles. They will get pressure from Greenpeace and other NGOs and observers that say, well, nice that your car is driving climate neutral, but producing the car had this and that effect on the climate. So they're already tackling this up front, and they try to kind of reduce the carbon footprint. And this they start introducing, so the first thing that's happening in many different sectors, and I observed this in McKinsey, but also now in politics, is that they start introducing the tracking systems to find out where the emissions of your suppliers, the scope 1, 2, 3 climate emissions, and this starts having an impact on the whole value chain. It's not really governmental driven, but I think, but I see a lot of discussion also in terms of whether in these considerations you start also considering the scope 3 emissions of BMW or other consumer good companies in Europe. But I think it's still at the very beginning that this type of discussion, what the regulator can do to reinforce this kind of incentive.
Thank you. The next question,
Right.
or
So I would say one last question, and you already had the microphone, so I'll just give it to you.
It's been a really interesting discussion. I think I want to relate it to both the other questions. So very often, yeah, I feel like too much responsibility is put on the consumer in terms of making certain decisions, and like it was pointed out, that has disproportionate effect. And then on the same time, I feel like carbon pricing has this issue of like you can pay your way out of being responsible for polluting and having these negative effects. And a lot of companies will have the money to pay out their way out and just continuing doing business the same way. So I'm just curious to hear your opinions on degrowth, and if degrowth has a role in the Green New Deal, and like really putting more of the responsibilities on businesses to actually descale or conduct, and also throughout the supply chain, that like doing business in a very different way. Yeah.
What about you go first this time, and I'll help you out then.
Yeah, I think this was a very complex question because it put together a lot of different elements, and I'm not sure I'm not sure they're all linked in the way that you might think they're linked, but there is some linkage, and it's a bit complicated. So I'm trying maybe to go into some of the aspects. I think, I mean, paying your way out of the crime is maybe morally questionable, but not paying and committing the crime, and you don't even get fined for it, is, I think, not a solution either. So at least we have people pay for committing a crime. I think that's the first step, and then of course it needs other measures as well. I mean, I'm a strong advocate of banning SUVs and completely unnecessary sized cars in inner cities and things like this, or also on aviation. I think we should try to limit aviation from also with regulatory measures. It's just much more difficult to implement, and the question is, do we wait for these kind of things to happen and to get political majorities and stuff like this? So I think you need to. It's not waiting, so you need to start acting and put all instruments in place that you can put in place. On the other issue of on the growth question, so I don't fully see how it, because the way I think it's related is actually, if you want to degrowth some sectors, you need to de-incentivize growing in that sector. And the way, how do you de-incentivize growing in a sector in a market economy? It's through pricing. So basically, if I don't know, growing a carbon intensive industry is becoming so expensive that it's not worth it, then people are not going to do it, and that's how you degrow this sector. So pricing is actually one of the, so the opposite of pricing typically is subsidies. Subsidies have the effect that you subsidize green energy systems, then everybody builds thousands of green power plants, but the old coal and gas turbines are still in place because they are not punished; they're just left as they were. So pricing actually makes these things also less profitable, and then you can degrow these parts and you subsidize the others so they can grow. And I'm generally a supporter of less subsidies and more punishment, basically carbon pricing, because it actually creates less kind of this green growth where you just add green capacity to the brown capacity and rather replace the brown capacity with green capacity, if you know what I mean. So this is why pricing is a key tool. One of the things we've also been, I mean, of course, we also use emission standards and things like this that are regulatory measures to reduce carbon emissions. But what we've also been doing is linking COVID subsidies and support measures with carbon impact, and both negative and positive. So whenever you want to degrow something, you need to have a negative link. And we had this big subsidy that costed 8 billion euros in the end and leveraged 80 billion private investments. And we not only supported green investments at a higher rate, twice the rate than normal investments, we also gave zero support to brown investments. And that kind of has really made a huge change in terms of how many new fossil-driven cars or factories have been financed through the scheme, namely nothing. So it really shifted the things away, and so one sector is slowing down its size and decelerating the growth, or even degrowing, and the other one is growing. And overall degrowth is at the moment is I think not the solution, because we need high investments, and to get the capital for these investments you need growth. That's and then there's a big political issue, namely that psychologically people are driven to improve their life situation, and that always relates to some sort of improvement or of their economic situation. And it's very hard to get people out of this thinking. So I'm a bit skeptical about it. I think the circular economy is a better approach. Basically, you're trying to be agnostic towards growth. If you grow, it's fine, but you're determined in terms of resource use. So you say basically no resource use and no trash, and whatever growth is possible in this under this condition can happen. Because I mean, why would you be against technological progress that creates in more effective? I mean, for example, I work for 1 hour. If I can produce more goods that people want and that have no negative environmental effect, why shouldn't I produce more of them? So it also helps us to work less, for example. So I think these kind of things I have a very agnostic approach to growth.
All right, well, I tried to keep it short, as Jacob's answer was already quite extensive. I mean, I think it's really important to make sure that we talk about the same thing. I think the main goal of carbon pricing is not the same like a CO2 offset. So it's not about the main punishment of the consumer in the end, because yeah, you put it right, the richer you are, the less you actually hit by that measure. I think the more important thought behind is to incentivize the market to bring up the right solutions. And I think the market is quite sensitive in the end. So as soon as it's cheaper to go renewable, as soon as it's cheaper to go with green technologies and to go with circular solutions, as soon as that happens, the market follows. And that's our economic theory, that's what we learn up there. And I'm quite convinced that this is true. So of course, there is always going to be people that can afford to keep their lifestyles they had the last decades. But still, I think it is the right thing to do, at least for the moment. And then to the second part, I mean, yes, I guess degrowth is important. At some point, we also have to start talking about the abstinence of consume. I'm convinced. But at the same time, it's really important to take the majority of people with us on the path. Otherwise, we're lost from start on. And we see that already throughout the globe, throughout Europe, that it's not that easy to take the people with us, even though the pressure is so high already. I mean, we mentioned the rejected CO2 law in Switzerland already, but we also saw the whole Gilets jaunes movement in France, which was in the end about a few euros in their pockets or not. I mean, same issues if you look at the US. So I think it's really, really important to take the people with us. And if we start the discussion with degrowth and less consume from the beginning on, that probably doesn't make the task easier.
Thank you.
Sure.
Jakob, Andrin, thank you for sticking with us until the end.
Of course.
We will reach our thanks to the others via email. Thanks so much for your insights. Thanks to the audience for paying attention. Thanks for the interesting questions. Thanks for the people online. And yes, thanks for being here. Have a nice day.
Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you. Oh, definitely.
Have a nice evening.